Well, hello everyone, and welcome to D&D with Kristi. I'm Kristi. This is my D&D channel, and welcome to our Halloween one-shot, which we're doing something kind of spooky in the spirit of the season. And joining me, as ever, are my band of adventurers who will be going on this spooky trip with me. I think it is usually tradition for everyone to introduce themselves and say a little bit about their characters at the start, so we'll do that. And then I should also say that we are doing a deep and creeping darkness out of the Candlekeep adventure series. If you enjoy this, if you're going to play this as a player, don't watch spoilers. But if you're a DM who's doing research into it, welcome. This should be hopefully a really fun session, one shot in a timely manner. Yeah, so I'll have each of you introduce yourselves and your characters, a little bit about them, and then I think you've all done a bit of a session 0 in the Discord. Maybe you can tell us like what has gone on with that, because I think you know a little bit about the mission that you're on, and I can fill in a bit on that. Let's go in alphabetical order of the players' names as they exist. So, Elhana, would you like to start with your who you are and your character?
Okay, I'll be playing Wensley Horthrop III. He's a gnome, not quite like other gnomes. He's not really into all the tinkering with machinery or magic or anything like that, but he does have a penchant for solving mysteries. Along with two other gnomes, he set up a detective agency named Horthrop, Bumble and Littlebottom, where he worked on solving cases as a team of private investigators. Throughout the years, he's been on many cases.
Sorry, just a second. It's the stream is showing no data. Let me just refresh, because it looks like it's streaming, but it's saying no data. But I want to make sure it's going out.
Sorry, it was streaming.
Yeah, it seems to still be streaming.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it is still streaming.
Okay, it says no data, but as long as you're still going out, then that's all that matters. Okay, sorry for the interruption. Now it says excellent connection. Thanks, YouTube. All right.
So
your agency, yeah.
Yeah, set up the agency. He's done a few cases in the past where he met the rest of the team. And I'll let them explain how they came to be friends with Wensley.
All right.
It's our own character's name right now.
Yeah. Okay, then you'll be patient with us if we also struggle. So Wensley, we can all practice.
Yeah.
Next up is Corey.
Wensley. I just have to not say Dale.
Yeah, I know, it's Wensleydale. That's what I'm, and I love Wensleydale cheese with a bit of blueberry or raspberry. Anyway, Corey.
Yes. I am playing Wensley's childhood friend. He doesn't really remember his name. He thinks it was Billy. Yeah, he's pretty sure his name was Billy, but that doesn't matter. He's currently going by Nix. He is currently inhabiting a slightly charred halfling. And unfortunately for him, the only cache of old weapons and stuff that he could find was for when he was a half-orc. So he has a giant cloak. He's 3 feet tall, and the cloak is for a 6.5 foot tall person. And an oversized helm, which thankfully covers most of his face, which is semi-desiccated. Because, fun fact about him, he keeps dying. It's a problem.
Okay.
But not one that he can't deal with.
Yeah, it's just it's an annoyance at this point.
Yeah. The real trouble is trying to find clothes in the same style for every other thing that he possibly gets to be.
All right, then next alphabetically is Hynadan.
I'll be playing Spot Vanderwild. He is a Haragon, aka a rabbit person. He sort of just fucked off into the woods when he was, 6, which is an adult for
for Aragon at the very least, just like passively became a druid, started informing some local myths until Wensley was called in to investigate one of them, at which point they became friends. And Wensley calls him in occasionally for reasons he doesn't entirely get, but Spot doesn't get a lot of things, to be honest.
All right, next up is Kelsey.
I am playing Jake John. He is a cleric bard from the town of Mo. We have met several characters from this town. So Mara, Vassar, and Crichton are all from this town. So he is very familiar with so basically all of his songs are from the same stupid earworms that War has been playing on her town of Mo. And he is basically inspired by John Belushi's character in The Blues Brothers, and is tailored after Joe Morton, who also was in Blues Brothers. So,
But the look is inspired by his character Henry in a town called Eureka.
yes.
Right, can't wait to see how that's going to be interpreted. How you're going to play that. It would be fun. Then next up, I think we're just left with Sib Wolf.
Hi, I'm Sib Wolf, and I will be playing Neno de Vanderwild, the sister, 3 minutes older than Spot, who happens to be a hexblade, who also just fucked off one day into the wild. They came across the others while, for some reason, in the town of Mo, hunting a pact breaker, because that's what Melinda spends her time doing.
Excellent. Before we start, can I have everyone, like, if you can go into the gear icon and on your display name, could you also add your character's name to your name like Corey has? It doesn't have to have the parentheses, just so that I know who is who, and I will be less likely to stumble over your learning 5 new characters' names is going to be like, it's always a mental uphill battle for the first hour or so of the game, and then it's done. So thank you for everyone. While you do that, I will say a little bit.
I will be right back. My browser has crashed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just just refresh. The little bit of backstory that I guess I'll provide is that Lord Thelvar Mordragane of Waterdeep contacted the private detective agency in the same street of Troll Skull Alley because he'd been approached by someone who said that they were a person who lives on their lands. An old, very, very elderly, ancient man named Lucas Grovsner, who currently lives in the city of Marin. He has a business there, but he was a child in what he claimed was a town of Vermilion. Vermilion, he told Lord Thelvar, that basically there was a disappearance. The town just, all the people vanished. The town just ceased to exist about 70 years ago, and none of the lords since then have done anything or looked into it or ever addressed it. And before he died, he wanted to know if it was ever going to be, what happened there was going to be solved. Therefore, Thelvar went, and because Thelvar's busy doing something else right now in winter in Waterdeep, probably something Xanathar related, or perhaps stirring up some trouble with local politicians. But whatever it is, he doesn't have time to haul his whole party out to a town in the middle of a week away up a mountain. And that job was then delegated out to the consultancy of nobody's changed. Do I have to refresh it to see your name changes? Maybe I have to. To Wensley. And I'll leave it there for you to pick up, Alhana.
Well, where we left on our session 0, four of us were in the yawning portal, having just met up. We're awaiting the arrival of Nyx so we can head out on our way to the town of Hadar's Folly, which is the lands in which the town of Vermilion once was.
You'd contacted people.
Yep. Sent out letters. They all responded. And they just literally on the day of the job, in the morning before they arranged to meet everyone, their childhood friend in their new body decided to show up, smelling a bit worse for wear. So they headed back to Wensley's place so they could freshen up. Wensley headed to the portal while Nyx got themselves sorted and went to one of their caches to pick up some gear.
Yeah, basically, we didn't get to this point, but after Wensley is done explaining the fine minutia details, that's when Nyx would wind up about that time coming to the yawning portal.
All right, and so all of you are meeting at the yawning portal?
Yep.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. We're not even going to have time, so I'm going to say y'all arrive. Do you want to brief people? You want to talk about the job a little bit? So what you know, Wensley. Wait, fuck. What is it?
Wensley.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I think I just lacked confidence. Wensley is. You have the contact name, Lucas Grosvenor. Your task is to find out what happened to Vermilion, this town, and report back to Lord Thelvar. That's pretty much it. But if you want to do a little bit of interaction where you guys talk a bit about, coming into the yawning portal, right? So you walk in, the yawning portal in winter. It's really, really nice and cozy. They have, make sure they have the fires going. And there's a way to kind of keep out the draft. So sort of as soon as you walk in, there's instantly like a wall of warm. That's a real contrast with the snowy, water-deep weather that you're walking out of. The bar tonight when you're meeting is not slow, but not crammed. So you're able to find a table without too much trouble, one near the door where you can make eye contact and wave over your compatriots as they arrive one by one. The serving staff comes around and takes your orders and fills them as you wait for everyone to arrive. In the meantime, when you're not just sort of doing general chit-chat, you're amusing yourselves by watching a very large she-half-orc arm wrestle patron after patron for money on the other side of the bar, and she just seems to, be doing very well, making a lot of money, and she's getting onlookers and cheers. And that's kind of the free entertainment in the yawning portal this evening. Eventually, the last person arrives, everyone has their drinks, and all eyes turn to you, Wensley, as your party members kind of look expectantly as to what it is you've called them all here to do.
Okay, people. So the job that we have is some lord in the city. It's the one that I told you all about. Friends with our songbird friend. But you see, he's a lord out in some backwater town called Hadar's Folly, which on its lands was a town that used to go by the name of Vermilion. And we've been hired by a gentleman out there because several years back, the entire population just vanished without a trace. And in the intervening times, no one's really investigated. So that's what we're all going to do. Head out to Hadar's Folly. We can make some inquiries there, and then head down to Vermilion, where we can see what's what. Any questions?
We should probably be on the lookout for necromancers. If everyone disappeared, I bet they're dead.
Indeed, indeed.
All right. Yes, go. Sorry.
Any other questions?
I guess the children are fine then.
They must be.
Children.
Spotty's not paying attention whatsoever. Spotty's just talking to Wensley Squirrel at this point.
The second Nyx had walked in, Jake had started humming Riders of the Storm. So he's like, not like he's half paying attention, but he's just kind of like, Riders of the Storm, in the house we're born, into this world we're thrown. Yeah, like he's not, he's like, I'm here. You tell me where to go. I don't care. He's just enjoying his songing.
Well, I guess no more questions then. So we leave as soon as possible. I suppose we'll hire a carriage and it'll take us out there. Sound good to everyone? Hey, Spot,
Yes,
Spot,
yes.
pay attention, will you?
Yeah, yes, sure, fine, whatever. Just continue talking to your squirrel.
Little bunny foo-foo hopping through the forest, scooping up the field nice and popping them on the head.
I just realized I hadn't pulled up the map of Hadar's Folly, and so while you guys have been talking, I've been desperately trying to move the image onto a map, which is currently uploading as we speak because I am either just that good or just that incompetent, depending on how you want to look at it.
You even had extra time.
Oh, I was, yeah, well, you say these things. So let me just...
This is Kristi's third game this weekend.
Yes, and I ran an original one last weekend on top of your session, so yeah. All right, but we're all set. Okay, you're all go back to your digs. Get together in the morning. You have horses that are provided for you, and there you go. Look at that. Yeah.
Yay.
Yes.
Wait, so we had to go back to digs. So
Actually, this is more Hadar's Folly,
we
but
found
where I guess I don't have the map here, but generally on the longer, I guess it was the wrong map. Anyway, it's in the direction of Hadar's Folly, but then it's up some mountains. I'm just gonna, sorry, I put it in here now, so you're all gonna enjoy Hadar's Folly. We're probably gonna come back to there later. I thought it was a slightly wider shot. My mistake. Right. Let's just go back to this. So you bundle into your, or you hop onto your horses, you've got your stuff loaded up, and it is a wintry trip to where you're going. But the roads are pretty well traveled, and the weather is relatively fair, if not a bit cold, on the 3 days that it takes you to get to Marin. When it's fairly uneventful. There's, like I said, a lot of traffic. Marin itself, you have to start to climb to the base of the mountain, and you can see it a little bit in the distance. It's definitely not a village. It's not a large town, but it does kind of stand out on the foot of the mountaintop for its houses, its buildings, and its clearing that allows you to identify it and keep going in the right direction. You all travel, your horses are, going through on the roads. They become less and less traveled, and there's more crunching of snow as you ascend higher up onto in the altitude as you go up to the first sort of level of the mountain. And you come upon the city of Marin, which I don't have a map for, so this is just theater of the mind, which it's a rather, bustling place. There, you come in to the town sort of midday. There's quite a lot of traffic still going on, people out and about. There's a market that's running, and you were given the name the Board Weasel, and you were given the name Lucas Grovster as a place to start. He was the one who contacted Lord Thelvar and asking about will something finally be done about the disappearing people of Vermilion, the lost town. As you walk in, there's a large market center, like a market square in the center of the town, and right on the square you can see a sign for the board weasel. From the outside, it doesn't look extravagant, but it doesn't look dilapidated either. You'd guess it would be sort of a mid-range priced tavern and inn. But that's about all you can really see from the outside. There's also places to tie your horses out in front. There's plenty of places in the market square, to be honest. You get a few looks as you all ride into town, but nobody says anything.
Well, I suppose we should go and find the gentleman that hired us, I suppose.
Have these folk never
you know where
seen one
he
of us
is.
before?
I mean, we're not that common. Well, guess we need to start this mystery or whatever.
Indeed. Should we head to a tavern or something? I'm not entirely sure where this gentleman lives.
Did the Lord not give you an address?
I'm sure he did. It's in my notes somewhere. Starts fiddling through his pockets in his knapsack.
Yes. Let's get some ales, and then you can work out where we need to go now.
That's a very good idea. To the tavern, driver.
You have horses, so unless your horse is
Yeah.
called driver.
Oh, we're on horses, so.
Yeah. Spot politely asked his horse to take him to the tavern.
Yeah, you guys pull up in front of the tavern, or trot up, as the case may be, to the tavern. And yes, there's a sort of a porch area, covered porch, and then double doors that lead in. There are quite a lot of good smells, and the noises of dishes, the silverware clattering against plates, dishes rattling and stuff inside.
Are there any decorative plants?
At this point in the year, because it is the middle of winter, the townspeople have used the wintergreens. So there is quite a lot of wreaths and the use of pine needles, with boughs and holly and things to sort of spruce things up.
Okay, so I'm assuming the wreath is on the door, right?
Yeah, there's wreaths on the double doors, and each of the double doors.
Yeah, as everyone goes in, the wreaths brown and wither and wilt as Nick comes by them.
Oh, I forgot you did that.
Could take you anywhere. Oh, well. I'll get the first round in. Winsley heads up to the bar.
Okay.
Barkeep.
Yeah, as you walk in, as you open the doors, you're met with, again, again, not fancy compared to Waterdeep, but certainly respectfully modest, but also very spacious tavern. You'd estimate it seats probably around 40 people. And there's, as you approach the bar, you can see that there's a menu kind of chalked out behind the bartender, and also it's chalked out that says, today's special salty fish surprise. Large bowl 3p, small cup CP, one small cup CP behind. And you see a middle-aged human man, a bit portly, slightly balding, working behind the counter, and he sees you in his sort of customer servicey sort of way and comes over and says, "Well, hello, you must be new in town. Welcome to the Board Weasel. What can I do for you today?"
I'll start by having, 5 meads for me and my party on the table over there, please.
Oh, very good. And he starts getting out cups and filling it. And what else can we get for you?
Yes. Here yeah, but in my case, I'm a detective, you see.
Ooh,
and,
detective.
Yes. We've been hired by. I've forgotten the name already. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you've been hired by Thelvar because Thelvar, this guy reported to him saying, he's in Waterdeep saying, I've lived here my whole life and the mystery's never been solved. I've heard you're the new Lord of Hayden's Folly. Are you finally going to do something? So it was Thelvar who hired you and gave you this guy as a lead.
Yeah, but I've forgotten the name of the guy with the lead.
Oh, okay, right. Lucas Grovster.
Yes, been hired by, in a roundabout way, by Lucas Grovsner to investigate what happened in the town of Vermilion.
Oh, Lucas. Oh, you're here to see Lucas?
Indeed we are, yes.
Oh, well, he's upstairs. This is his place. He owns it, but he's getting on in years, and so he pretty much only sort of comes down a couple times a day. But if you're looking for him, I can have a message sent up and have him come over to your table.
Oh, yes,
We can just go up if that would be easier.
It is his private residence, so he'll probably come down. We don't generally allow customers up and into the kind of private living areas of the building. No offense, just we try to keep a line between business and family.
Fair enough. That sounds good. We'll take a seat over here.
All right. Yeah, and here are your drinks. Are you all there? Stood there? Or at the bar?
Don't find a table, but then start.
Sorry, find a table and then start.
Checking her bagpipes is still in order.
Okay, all right.
Oh no, not the bagpipes again! Why do you keep bringing those to places?
Because they're fun and the children love them.
I have never met a child who likes bagpipes.
When's the last time you were around kids?
Fair enough.
Just a goat pun there.
There are 5 drinks at the bar, and it sounds like Nix and Wensley are at the bar. Is anyone else at the bar?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Okay.
All right. Then Nix will take. However, God, he's tiny hands, doesn't he? So he'll try to take.
Have your tray.
Well, did they give us a tray, Kristi?
He hasn't, but he's got one next to him. He could offer, or he's like, there's a tray next to him.
Okay. Then he'll put him on the tray and say to the dude, "Thank you kindly for the refreshment, child," and then turn to go get the drink to everyone else.
Okay. He'll turn to you, Wensley, and say, "That'll be 10 copper pieces, please."
Oh, yes, of course. Where's my purse? Here it is. Fishes out the coins and reaches up and puts them on the counter.
Yeah, he takes it and nods and says, "I'll just go get old Lucas right now."
Thank you very much. And heads over to the table with everyone else.
Yep. Does anyone? The drinks arrive. Do you guys want to have a bit of a conversation at all, or are you just going to drink in silence until Lucas comes?
I mean, Spot is just inspecting the wood of the table.
Okay. Looking at the table wood. I take it Nenodur is also like mucking about with her bagpipes.
So while she starts playing, little images of little fairies dancing around.
Right, so you're being serenaded by bagpipe music as a very, very elderly black man wanders over towards you. He's got this really funky sort of like white hair and almost a mohawk. I can actually give you a picture, I think. You can see what he looks like. Yeah. Oh, Lucas. Right. You should see that now.
Aye.
I do.
Yeah, so that's old Lucas, who comes over, and he's still got a lot of light in his eyes, despite the fact that his body is definitely getting on in years. And he wanders over and says, I heard you were looking for me?
That is correct, child.
Child, he appears to be very old.
Looks at both of you and says, I don't know if I like either of those descriptions. He
One
sits
of them
down.
is accurate.
I'm,
Then don't stop playing and go, let the gentleman speak and sit and buy him a drink.
You can have mine, child.
I'm sorry about my companions there. Yes. Please take a seat. We've been sent here by Lord Mordargain to investigate your problem.
Oh, you mean Vermilion? He's really going to do something about that, huh?
Oh, most definitely, yes.
Oh, well, okay, well, yeah. What do you know? What can I tell you?
Well, as much as you possibly can. We know very little so far. We were going to investigate once we got out here. There's not much in Waterdeep about the place, so we thought it was best to come and speak to the source, as it were.
Oh, and on that note, you're not a necromancer, right?
No, I'm a tavern keeper.
Okay. You have to tell us if you are.
Yes.
Indeed, the two aren't mutually exclusive, but it's probably nothing. Anyway, so this town, tell me about it. When was it founded? What happened? How long ago did it disappear? Do you have any suspicions or anything like that?
All right, well, if I'm going to have him be telling a tale, I'm going to need something to wet my whistle first. Hey, Dave, and even though his voice isn't that strong, Dave is almost
He does
like
have a glass of mead in front of him.
Oh, you gave him yours?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought I wasn't sure to whom you were addressing that. Okay.
Oh, no, that was him.
Okay. He's, oh, well, yeah, thank you mighty kindly. All right, well, let's see where to start. Well, I can only start with what I know. I was born in Vermilion about 75 years ago now. That's how old I am, and I grew up there, child of miners. Both my parents worked in the mine, and from what I remember, before it all happened, I had a happy childhood. It was a good time for Vermilion. It used to be platinum that they would mine up there, and everybody in the town just worked in the mine. It drove the economy. It brought people from far and wide. It gave us a chance to have like proper homes and look to the future. And then one day I heard this rumbling coming. See, the town is not far from the mine. It's just up the road a bit, and there was a horrible explosion. People were running. All the grown-ups ran. There's smoke in the distance. And then they came back and they started bringing carts with my neighbors, my friends' parents, all beat up really bad. It seems that what happened was that they got an unstable part of the mine. There was a mine collapse. 30 people were caught in that collapse out of the 60 workers from the town. We could hear them. People worked for days trying to get them out. And in the end, we hit a part where we did any more work. It was just too unstable. And if believed by the people who were in charge of the mine, that to try to go any further would end up creating more of a collapse. Got 11 of them out. 11 of them came back to the village. And then we just started having funerals. A couple weeks after that, the miners we'd rescued started disappearing. Middle of the night, they'd be gone, or out in the woods after dusk. They'd never come back. When all 11 disappeared, then the other villagers started to go as well. You never know. You wake up and go over to see your neighbor the next day and be a door ripped off the back of the hinge and an empty bed. Eventually...
So it's not so much that people were disappearing, it's that people were being taken.
Well, we don't know what happened. I'm just telling you what I remember.
Well, I don't think people knock doors off of them.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. But anyway, we don't know what was doing it. There wasn't, gangs going around, no obvious animal tracks or anything like that. And, well, both my parents were killed in the initial explosion, and I stayed with an aunt for a little while, but when the disappearances started happening, she left and we moved away. I grew up moving around, but eventually I decided to come back to Marin. It's the closest place to Vermilion without actually being there. And I can't go back to that place, but I feel like there's something that needs some closure. That's why I've been hoping the Lord of Hadrian's Folly would sort it out, but no one has until this new one. So are you all planning on heading up to Vermilion?
Yes, we will be, yes. So what sort of mine was this?
Platinum mine?
Platinum.
In the ground, yeah. Can I ask a favor of you? I know that I'm not paying your way, Lord Thelvar is, but can you do me a favor while you're up there?
Of course. What is his favor?
Well, let me go get something first. He kind of gets up from his chair and shuffles over behind the bar. He says a couple words to Dave, the bartender, and Dave runs in the back and comes out with this Christmas wreath and hands it to Lucas. Lucas comes back to the table and sets it down. He says, well, you see, actually, it's two requests. The first is, my father's body wasn't recovered, but my mother's body was. We had a time to have a proper burial for her. She was one of the ones that, she got a headstone. Anyway, would you lay these flowers on her grave? She's laid there, no one visiting her this whole time, and it would mean a lot to me if you could put this on her so that at least once she would know that somebody came and remembered her.
How big is this table, Kristi?
The four of you are set at? I think of it like a 6-person dinner table kind of thing.
Okay. And he's not putting any of these wreaths or flowers or nothing near next, is he?
He put it on the table in front of him. Yeah.
Then they're wilting.
Oh no!
That just happened.
Okay. All right, so his eyes are filling up with tears, and he sort of pushes the wreath towards you, and he's just kind of telling you this sad story about his mother's grave. As you all sat there, you can each of you notice that this wreath is actually like wilting in front of you.
Probably not put that so close to me.
Someone move that wreath, please. But yes, of course we can do that for you. With my pleasure.
Oh, and then there's the other request. Sorry.
I was going to say, Nenator jumps up, grabbing the wreath and moving it far away from Nyx.
Okay. Thank you. And the other thing is, I know it was silly of me, but as a boy, I wanted to put something in there of my mother's kind of, as a token of her, that she was there besides her gravestone, and I took one of her old necklaces. There's a hollow in a tree. There was a tree at the center of the village, right smack dab in the middle. And I remember it was just about a little too high for me to reach at that age, but I had a friend help me pop me up, and there's a hollow in that tree. And in that tree, I put that necklace with a picture of her in a locket. And if it's still there, if someone hasn't taken it, or if it hasn't rotten away, if you could collect that for me and bring it here, I could die happy with a bit of her, knowing that something had put on her grave and that I could see her face one last time.
Of course, of course.
Well, I'm sorry I don't know more, but I can tell you, if you're interested in the story, Astra Vorn, who runs the flower stall in the market, she's well, some people call her the local historian. Other people just call her the town gossip. But she's interested in the history of this area, and she shared with me once a book she got from, I don't know, some bard or something, had the Tales of Vermilion. And I started to read it, but it just brought too many bad memories back, and I couldn't finish it. But you could maybe ask Astra for more information than I have. I don't really know much after, I just had information from my childhood, so.
Of course, of course. That would probably be advantageous, yes.
She just in the town square?
What's in the town? What about the town square?
There's a lady in the town square. Where's the flower woman?
Oh, the tall. Yes, she's in the market. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the city where the tree was in the center. She's in the market square. Yeah, she runs a flower stall in the market square.
Nix turns to Wensley. So we should talk to her before heading out?
Yes, I think that would be useful.
Lucas says, well, thank you for coming and checking this out. Pass my thanks on to Lord Thelvar as well. And that's not much, but he slides the 10 copper pieces back on the table. He says, these are on the house. You should try the fish surprise, the salty fish surprise.
What's the surprise?
The surprise is where it comes from. You don't want to know. But it is tasty.
Okay.
I mean, if it's a fish, it probably came from water.
I was going to suppress that the surprise wasn't fish.
Jake just nods at Nix in agreement.
Yes, but the question would be what water?
I mean, we're not near the sea, so I assume the river. Maybe a pond.
Are we trying it or not? Oh, and Nix is not going near the flower stall.
I mean,
He wasn't planning on it.
I'll eat some fish.
Sure, why not?
Oh, right, yeah. And so, yes, he tells the guy, Dave behind the bar, they scoop up. It kind of has a look of New England clam chowder to it. It's kind of a cream-based thing, very heavy, very stocky, very good for a winter's day. It comes with a crusty, rustic bread on the side. And there's also they kind of like bring you some salt and pepper too, if you want to season it a bit to your tastes. The broth itself is, very creamy, very flavorful. And occasionally you'll get this sort of, like, as you're chewing, you'll get this, like, gummy substance that you assume is the fish. And it has kind of like a slightly peppery taste to it, but the cream balances it out quite nicely. And so it's a very flavorful dish.
Can I try to identify the fish from taste?
Yeah, roll me nature.
17.
Yeah, they don't actually tell me what the fish is. So,
That's
I'm gonna say.
Are you a druid with zero nature?
Yeah, it's an it skill. I've got a lot of survival, not a lot of nature.
I'm going to say that you're guessing it's not really a fish. It might be a squid or something. It might be something like that. So the surprise might be it's not fish.
What is a squid doing inland?
I mean, fish or you don't. Yeah, you don't have a lot of freshwater squid, do you?
No, we don't.
Well, they're not. I mean, they're like a week out. It might have been like a, say, dried squid.
Import, yeah.
That they rehydrate in the soup. So,
Oh, gross. Oh, wow.
yeah, that's canon now. The DM pulling it out of her ass. It's freeze-dried squid meat that they rehydrate in the soup.
Ew, Kristi, pox upon your family.
Little Shakespearean.
Yeah, well, like Wizards of the Coast shouldn't just leave these things up to our imaginations. They should tell us what the surprise and the fish surprise
Yeah,
is.
for real. I mean,
At least tell the DM.
that should be a thing.
But now you're eating freeze-dried, dried squid. It's probably just salty dried. Anyway.
Instead now.
Oh, I'm sure they could get a mage involved.
It is very tasty, to say.
Freeze-dried squid.
Yeah, you can always just eat around them and leave a little puddle in the bottom of because the cream soup base is very, very nice. It's got little bits of like maybe carrots in there and some maybe like onion bits as well. So good hearty winter food.
Nope.
Yep. When you finish out, your guy will finish. Anything else you want to do now that you've had your soup and bread? And your meat? And your bellies are full? And your cheeks are pink?
Yeah, well, looking at the food, Wensley's going to improve the taste of it by using some seasoning from their
Love it.
handy spice pouch.
All right. So before you kind of tuck into it, Wensley has a taste of it, and go no. And how do you do it? How do you season it? What does it taste like now, or what do you do to change the alter the taste? What's your goal here as your recipe outcome?
So add some salt and pepper, of course, some saffron, and some thyme, and yeah, that'll do.
Right. So this
fishy chowder.
Yeah, it is now basically like it's a very, very flavorful. It's a mix of tastes on your taste buds. But magically, it all complements what you now suspect is squid.
Much better.
When you've finished, Lucas comes over and shakes your hand just to say thank you personally as you sort of put your coats and hats and gloves back on before you go outside and be able to see your breath and hear the slush of horses' hooves going through muddy, snowy slush of the streets of Marin. And you walk out and see so the flower stall at this time of year is also it's basically where the wreaths from this bar came from. You can kind of tell the exact same materials and craftsmanship. There is a stand. I don't know if it has a name for it, but as you walk toward the central market area out of the tavern's front doors off of their covered porch, it's an open-air market in the center of town. It's mostly semi-permanent tables and tents set out in a circular area. There's plenty of space here for carts and wagons to be brought in by traveling merchants, although there doesn't seem to be that many traveling caravans around at this time of year. And it's got anything you want here. There's jewelers set up, clothiers, bakers, farmers. There's even an alchemist. And looks like some sort of enchanter or fortune teller, too, is hanging around. But as you gaze around, it's not very difficult to see the Vorn Market, which it's got a sign that says Vorn Market across the top. and it's just stacked up with various Christmas decorations and other winter greens. And there is a middle-aged white woman with mid-range or shoulder-length, almost auburn hair. I can give you a handout. You can see what she's she doesn't age well in this picture because I've changed her age a little bit. So think of her as being not quite so wrinkly. She looks a lot older than she is for the purposes of my story than this. And she is dealing with a customer, selling them a wreath and having a bit of a chat as you all approach her stall.
Nick comes back about 20 feet or so. Lets everyone else go forward.
Okay, noted.
Didn't realize this was going to be relevant.
Oh, serious? Why are you? Oh
no.
Is it a
All
pool
right.
or a pew?
That's a pew.
Oh.
Ah,
Muted.
on the carpet too.
All right, you can just mute yourself
no.
and put us on the speakers and listen. I won't have it, Jake, do anything for the next couple minutes. I know what that's
Thank
like.
you.
Yep, no worries. All right. So, Jake John gets distracted by, I don't know, some weapons stall or whatever, and just is like, yeah, go on. I'll be right here looking at sharp things. And you all move forward. Nix hangs back with Jake John.
Wensley heads up to the stall and just mills around while Astra is talking to her customer, inspecting the flowers.
Okay. Yeah, when she's done with her sale, she obviously notices you and comes over and says, well, hello, what are you looking for today? In a sort of wintry theme, I take it? It's the best place to get your seasonal wreaths is right here at my stall.
We have all the wreaths we need for the time being, but Lucas Grosvenor said that we should come speak to you, because I'm from Hawthorpe, Bumble, and Little Bottom Detective Agency, and we're out here heading towards Vermilion to investigate the disappearances.
Oh.
And Lucas said that you could fill us in on the history a little.
Oh, yes. Well, you're heading up to Vermilion. Oh, my goodness gracious. I don't think anyone's gone up there on purpose for the last, I want to say 70 years. Well, this is something. Well, yes, I can tell you quite a lot. Well, I mean, I can tell you something that has information about Vermilion. I don't have anything more than this, and I'm not a big reader. But, let me just close my shop. Do you like hot chocolate?
Oh, I love the stuff. Yes.
All right. Well, let's go over to the hot chocolate stand. She kind of takes the sign on her market stall and changes it from open to closed, and she sort of just kind of puts some things that are out on the table, under the table with some skirting, so they're not easy to be shoplifted. And she said, right over there that they have some mulled wine and some hot chocolates, and I can't drink during work hours. But yes, you want to come over? We can. If you order me a hot chocolate and tell Marty to just put it on my bill, I will run home and get the book, and I'll meet you back there.
Very well. Shall we, people? Starts heading over towards the chocolate stand.
Okay.
Chocolate.
Yeah, so I'm basically basing this off of the Cologne Christmas markets at this point. It's where you are in Marlin. You're in a pseudo Christmas market in Germany now. This is a beautiful little stand that's obviously not just semi-permanent. It's mobile, but it's permanent. It's made of a rich, warm wood, and it kind of gives the feeling of a cabin in the woods, but designed to have, instead of a front door, a business-facing window that, you prop up with an awning and whatever else. As you approach, there are these just absolutely magnificent smells of mulled wine and spiced hot apple cider. You can also see that there is a series of alcohols lined up behind amaretto, brandy, as well as the wine, and you can see people standing around from the village, drinking in what appears to be glasses that they're not really proper size pint ones. They're smaller ones, but they're a good enough size. They'll put a little color in your cheek if you're not dead already. So
seeing the lady run off,
mhm.
and the group then goes to this hot chocolate and wine stand. Nix comes over. Mr. Wensley, so was it a bus? Where did she go?
She has a book that she's going to fetch and bring back to us that has some information in it. So she said that we can get some hot chocolates on her tab. So hot chocolates, everyone?
None for me.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Chocolate.
Spot, you know it makes you hyper.
Everything makes me hyper. It means nothing.
And as you approach the what's the word I want to look for? I want to say cabine, but it's not the hut. We'll call it like the little drinks hut. There is a dwarven woman working behind the counter. She looks quite elderly, silver hair, her silver she's got silver beard that she's got very beautifully and intricately braided, and she's kind of like waving somebody off as they leave with 2 glasses of something steaming and walking away from her cart. And she sees you all approach and says, "Oh, well, strangers in town, welcome. I bet you could use with a bit of warming up."
Kiosk. That was the word.
Chocolate.
Yes, we'd like 4 hot chocolates, please. And Astra Vaughan said to put it on her tab.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. Did you want whiskey or amaretto or brandy in any of those?
I'll have brandy.
Alcoholic chocolate.
Whipped cream? Anyone want whipped cream?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1 hot chocolate with amaretto whipped cream. 2 hot chocolate. The rest is just plain hot chocolates?
Oh, no. Do I
have whipped cream as well?
Okay. So 1 amaretto whipped cream, 2 chocolates with whipped cream, and 1 just plain hot chocolate. Oh, and then Jack will get probably wine with amaretto in it.
Jake catches up and...
Want mulled wine with amaretto shot?
No.
Mulled? Oh,
hot chocolate with Baileys.
All right.
Oh,
Yes, see?
All right, well, yes, they've got their version of Baileys. It's not quite the same. It's a little bit more of a blend between Baileys and Kahlua, but still very nice.
There are definitely times I realize I'm missing out by not drinking.
Culturally, yeah, that's all right. In this case, it is pretty nice. A little bit of warmth in the back of your throat with the alcohol hit. But anyway, it's fine. You're not missing out on much. All right. So you get all those, and you get them in these sort of pewter cups. And the nice thing about the pewter cups is that because they keep them on the stove, or keep them on the place where they're keeping the mulled wines and stuff warm in a cabinet, they're actually almost like too hot to the touch. So if you're wearing gloves, the whole mug is just like a little ball of metal heat at about 30 degrees Celsius, 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So almost, actually it would be a bit closer. It should be probably closer to 100. And I don't know, 33, I call that on Celsius. So it's got a nice warmth to it. And the chocolate is so fatty. You swear they didn't, it came straight out of the cow. There was no attempt to remove any of this, just and the chocolate's like a really gorgeous deep chocolate. The amaretto gives it a great kick. And the whipped cream, it just sort of dissolves onto your tongue and melts as you put the warm hot chocolate into your mouth as you sip it down. And you're absolutely enjoying yourselves with this wonderful.
Hold up a minute. Did you just say chocolate comes from a cow?
No, milk.
The milk from the hot chocolate comes.
Yeah, don't you know it comes from brown cows? Brown cows make chocolate milk, of course. Hello.
Creationists get something right.
And Kristi is just continuing on her tour of all of the things she gets wrong today.
No, I'm from Wisconsin. Of course, I know chocolate cows don't make milk. All right. So yes, Astra comes back with this book that you should all be able to see now.
That seems legit.
Title?
That appears to be a book.
Yes. Well, you see, now, so my name is Astra. I'm Astra Vera, and is that my Vorn? Sorry, NPCs. And my mom was one of the children who managed to flee from Vermilion back in the day, and she wouldn't tell me the story as a kid, but as I grew older and a teenager, she kind of confided more and more, and she would, of course, like, no one ever goes to Vermilion anymore. Anyway, so she was it told me about this history, and there's there's a couple people who Lucas, for instance, he doesn't really like to talk about it, though. I think there's a lot of pain associated with that. So, but you hear stories from time to time, and I don't know, it was about 12. So I'm a little bit older than I look, but when I was in my 20s, I met this bard who was coming through the area, and we met up and had a little talk, and he got to know the story about Vermilion and the tales around it. He thought for sure that he could turn it into some sort of like epic ballad that he wanted to sing about, but then it was like too complicated or whatever. He couldn't get the rhyming, so he decided he was just going to write it in a journal. He's going to like write it all down, and it just became kind of fascinated by the topic. Anyway, so he went and wrote these books, or he wrote kind of like spent the next several years as he was traveling around. If he ever met anyone who was from Vermilion or knew anyone from Vermilion or whatever, he would talk to them, and if they had anything new to contribute, he would put it in this book. So that was, so I met him when we first talked about it about 20 years ago. And then, I want to say 7 harvests ago now, maybe 8. It's kind of hard to tell, but he came back through the village. He was going to be heading off on, I don't know, some big adventure. He wasn't sure if he was going to come back or whatever. And he put all his time and effort into this book and took it to Candlekeep to see if he could get it submitted, and they wouldn't take it. And it just really felt like his whole life, like so much of his life's work was wasted. So he came back because he knew that I was interested in it. And before he left, and in case he died, he said, would I please hold on to it, because he wanted it to be held by somebody who valued it, and he knew I would. Anyway, he never came back. She just looks at you, blinking.
How unfortunate.
Oh, well, I mean, we weren't close or anything. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe who knows? Maybe he lived happily ever after, for all I know. Just never bothered to come back for the book. So, but if you want to know, this is what Lucas was talking about. If you want to know anything about Vermilion that is outside of, like, Lucas or, like, my experiences, well, just be right in here.
Oh, but that takes reading.
Okay.
Just for the book.
Oh, don't worry, I'm quite a fast reader. Let's see what I can see in this book, shall we? Let's see. Would help if I had advantage. Think, there we go. No.
There's no check to read the book. It's just a book. So it's just a matter of sitting down and going over it. So Astra says, well, if you can make some use of that book, that would be absolutely fantastic. And here's the other thing is, if you go up there and you find anything and you come back, because, I mean, people go to Vermilion, don't always come back. And those who do usually didn't make it all the way there. Anyway, maybe if you could verify the story, if you could kind of write the epilogue to this, and that it wasn't just rumors and fascinations, and you could put your own story in, maybe then they'd accept it at Candlekeep, and I bet that would mean a lot to that bard.
What if it is just stories?
It might just be stories, I don't know. I guess you could add that too.
Yes, I think we can manage that.
Well, so if you could, I mean, that's, and if you could just mail me here, Astra Vorn in Merrill, just have the Candlekeep people mail me a certificate of register, of receipt of the book and the submission to the library, then, I think I would just, like, that would make the local paper. It would be so exciting.
Yes, I think we can, I can do that. That's not a problem at all.
All right, there you go. So there's the DM laying the seeds for you to get into Candlekeep in the future, if you ever want it. This is like you have a book that you could get you in your other plot line. All right. Anyway. Yeah, so she's like, oh, well, it's lovely to talk to you. And yeah, I need to get back. I can only afford like a 15-minute break. But if you have any other questions for me before you leave, I'll just be over there in my stall.
Is there anyone else that might have information, or is it just the two of you?
No, actually, people here don't really like to talk about Vermilion. It tends to scare off the travelers. They think that, if a town just basically vanished, or all the people up and left, it was so close, maybe it would come here. So no, it's actually not something they really like to talk very much about. Just the old timers and the local historians like me.
Hmm.
And just to be sure, you're not a vampire or anything, are you?
Not last time I checked. She kind of looks out.
Often do you check?
Well, I guess once in a lifetime when I've asked.
I like her. She's funny.
Mm-hmm. All right, she waves at you, and yeah, you're sat there now. It's getting to be a little bit like on sort of like 2-3 o'clock. It's an overcast day, so it's not. They're actually like starting to bring around little lanterns. So at the what Marty has at the front of her hut, her cabin, her wine cabin, is standing tables where you can comfortably fit like 4 people, 5 people if you squeeze, 6 if you're hugging. And there's one of her helpers has kind of gone out and is putting little like lantern, candle, votive things to add a bit more light, because by 4:30 it's already going to be getting dark around here.
I was going to say, Nana's going to follow her back to the stall, produce 2 gold coins.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait.
What?
As Nen's leaving, Nyx grabs her shoulder and says, "Child, you're going to the flower, right?
Yes. Yes.
Here's 2 pieces of gold. Buy a wreath of miracle."
Wreath of miracles.
Yes. For that other child's dead mother or father.
Oh. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yes. Thank you.
In that case, Nana's going to offer 4 gold and say, can we replace the wreaths at the bar, because my friend has a slightly unfortunate effect on green things.
Oh.
And can I have a wreath of miracles for Lucas' mother's grave?
Oh, is that what you're going to go over to Vermilion and check out, huh? Oh, how interesting. Sorry, a wreath of marigolds?
Miracles.
What is
Marigold.
Marigold? Marigolds.
Oh, marigold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whew, okay. All right. I was like, I don't have any miracles in a wreath. Delivery format.
Miracles are
The
hot
wreath of
red.
Jesuses.
Yeah. Buddy Jesus. Just filling up a wreath like silver bells. Okay. She says, oh, do you mean the one that Lucas has? Okay, well, he has a special one. Not a special one, but he just has like this, he has matching ones. So let me just go in the back and, marigolds aren't in season, but I do have dried flowers in a wreath. Will that do? Dried marigolds? And a couple other flowers worked in. They last a long time.
Nana's going to take out the now slightly desiccated wreath and say, well, that is to replace that one.
Oh.
I'm not entirely sure.
Who did that? That's amazing.
That's why my friend
amazing.
Nyx over there doesn't get too close to you.
Oh.
Or at least to the stall.
Oh, tell him thank you. Yes, I can. I know which one this is. I've got a lot of those because they come in pairs. Sometimes kids steal them or whatever. And so she goes in the back and she kind of picks one up, and it's a very live, vibrant, not turning yellow, dried, falling apart as the needles just drop every time you touch it or move it in any way. Just leaves a trail as you walk. One that's very nice. And then she finds also it's kind of like got hay that's been twisted into a circle, and then within the spaces between the individual pieces of hay, there are all these sort of dried flowers, including some marigolds and other things that have been worked in. Basically, think of it like a harvest wreath rather than a Christmas wreath. And she hands those to you.
Thank you. And I say, keep whatever change there is, and again, the bar might need a few of its replaced.
Well, I don't mind the business. Although, I give Lucas a discount. He's such a lovely old man. Been through so much that
Can't deny that.
Well, have a good day. Thank you very much for your business.
And thank you for the book and the stories.
Oh, yes. I hope you enjoy it. I've read it many times. But the thing is, I read so many books, I don't remember the details. So it's always better you read the book than ask me, because my mind can get a little bit bendy sometimes.
All right. Take care now.
Bye.
And instead of joining the others, Nana heads off to the horses to make sure the reefs are going to be safe.
Oh, okay. Are you going to pack them away? Or give them... give them to the bar.
Pack them away, keep them safe.
All right.
Well, I think the idea was that the lady would go and sort out the bar ones afterwards.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Nina takes all of them.
Okay, well, that's where your horses are. So, but yeah, that's fine. You can have her drop that off to Lucas later. That's fine. Yes. All right. Yeah, and then when you're finished with that, you head back. By this time, the others are well to the bottoms of their cups. Are you guys going to have another one, or are you stopping at one? That was your free one, so...
I'm going to stop at one.
Okay.
If we've got nothing else to do in town, I'm assuming it's pushing on. There's no point heading out to Vermilion tonight.
Yeah, it's a 3-day ride to Vermilion from here.
Oh, okay. But either way, it's like approaching nighttime. Yes.
Oh yeah. No, that's definitely as by the time that sorry, I have to scroll up. Character's name. Nenodor is back. Can I just call you Nen? Nen and Nix?
Nen is fine.
Okay. By the time Nen gets back, or is it Nix and Nen? I think Nix and Nen is better than Nen and Nix, because Nix and Nen has a nice K in between them. All right, so Nen gets back, and at this point, there are other stalls that you can kind of see people aren't shutting down completely, but they're doing that sort of like end of the night. I'm going to be wrapping this up by 5:36 and shut down my stall. Yes, and even though the wine or the hot chocolate was warm, the air is getting colder now, especially. You're easily able to see your breaths as you exhale over the votive candlelight around the table that also glistens off the surface of the book that Astra left behind.
Well, unless anyone wants to do some shopping while we're here, I say we head and find a room for the night, and I can study this book and we can set out in the morning. Sound good to everyone?
Sounds good.
Right. You basically can go and get a room at the Board Weasel. It's right in front of where, they'll stable your horses for the night, keep them out of the cold. And, you'll be able to just sort out rooms very easily with, it's like one shot, so we don't have time to roleplay all that. So we're just going to have you being, what kind of room? Do you each want individual rooms, or do you want a suite where all of you can stay together? And like a main room with rooms, with bedrooms off of the main room.
Editor is definitely going to want her over. I mean, unless everybody enjoys the sound of a screaming rabbit.
Well, no. So basically, a suite. By I mean, you walk in the suite, and there's like a living area, a joint area, a common area, and then everyone has their own individual bedrooms that go off of the sides of that main room.
That sounds good.
Okay.
I mean, Spot is half a mind to just go sleep in the nearby forest, to be honest.
That's a possibility. Yeah, so you get it. It's, again, modest. It's not fancy, but it's obviously like there are adventuring parties who don't want to do all their business, in the open, count out their money or work out their maps. So they have enough call for these kinds of spaces that it's typical to have basically like an adventurer's suite, we'll call it. Yeah, you all go in and get kind of packed in. You can get dinner downstairs. If you want to play some bagpipes by the fire down in the tavern, you can do that if you want, and see if anyone throws you coin or just throws tomatoes. And yeah, you have plenty of time to look through the book. Does anyone want to do anything before I basically tell you everything that Alhana's character is going to... look at you. Yes, you get money. All right. I'll tell you how much money you get. They don't have a lot here, so it's get 57 copper pieces.
That's not bad.
I'll buy a lot of beer. Well, for 22, that's pretty good.
That year, the carnival worked wonders.
All right, so by the end of the evening, Wensley has read the entire book. It's not that long, but some of the writing, the handwriting gets a little bit worse as it nears the end, and it's a little bit worn. It's mostly taken care of, but there's a couple pages, with folds in them or some coffee stains on them, perhaps, and make them a bit more difficult to read. But what you are able to discern is that inside a deep and creeping darkness tells the tale of a mountain village whose residents went missing over the course of several months. It presents a series of vignettes allegedly collected from, quote, those who were there, unquote, survivors or traveling merchants, and there are also some second-hand accounts of residents nearby in the settlement. It's unclear whether this book is fictional folklore, or history. The content at times seems factual, but the language is really extravagant and overly dramatic. It tells a tale of Vermilion that established after the settlers in the area discovered a platinum vein in the mountainside. It did a booming business in both the raw ore and the refined metal for around a decade. But because of the rough terrain of the mountain and the harshness of the climate, the village never really grew that large. It intermittently hosted a succession of traveling merchants who came to the village for a week or two, sold and traded their wares, and then left again. That was pretty much the most of their economy. The nearest civilized settlement was 3 days' ride on horseback down the mountainside. The inhabitants named in the book include someone called Mayor Lee Duvizin, who is described as a kind and talented dwarf smith, and a talented dwarf smith named Tormund and his wife Blessness. Yes, Blessness. The tale goes on to say about 70 years ago there was an explosion that rocked the platinum mine, collapsing the tunnels and burying the workers under tons of rubble. 60 miners were underground that day. 30 of them died in the initial collapse. Sorry, whatever Lucas said, this is right, because I was doing this from memory, and there's a lot of numbers. So, my apologies. Retcon all of this. 60 miners were underground that day. Over 30 of them died in the initial collapse, and the instability of the tunnels made rescue of the others slow and dangerous. The miners who survived the collapse were trapped for days or weeks before they were rescued. Or perhaps they perished in the deep, alone and terrified. 16 came out alive. 11 were never found. In the wake of the catastrophe, another horror plagued the village as people began to disappear, starting with the survivors of the mine explosion, or the mine collapse. Not all of them at once, however. 1 or 2 would vanish in a single night. Then a 10-day might pass before the next disappearance. These unexplained disappearances terrified the remaining miners and their families, and everybody else in the village. After all the survivors either disappeared or fled, other villagers began to vanish. The villagers tried to protect themselves by sleeping with weapons and taking shifts on the watch, but nothing changed. Traveling in groups didn't help, since a companion might vanish while even briefly out of sight. With no one willing to keep the mine open, and the disappearances leading to fears that Vermilion might be cursed, merchants and other travelers stopped visiting the village. The end of the patchwork story claims that the village is still there, though whether anyone inhabits it is a mystery. The writer's volume muses over the decline of the village, speculating about the fate of its inhabitants. They wonder whether it would be worth hiring people to see if anything remains. And then, sketched on the back of the last page, is a rough map of the village's location, with directions from the closest mountain town, called Marin.
Very interesting. Once they've finished reading it, Wensley will relay the important information to the rest of the party.
Spoopy.
Indeed.
So what do you think it is? Supernatural, a very stealthy bear.
Probably some sort of monster that they dug up.
Yes, I'm hazarding a guess that something untoward happened into the mine, in the mine even. And yes, it's whatever they uncovered there that is causing it, because it's odd that it was the miners that went missing first and then everyone else. And maybe that's why there was no struggle, because the disappeared people recognized the people that took them.
Oh, you think zombies?
Something like that, yes.
Or ghost bear.
Yeah, I think people would be a bit more alarmed if they saw a ghost bear.
Although a ghost bear would explain the doors.
Also, if you saw a ghost bear, wouldn't you be like, oh, fucking neat, and follow the ghost bear? Because that's what I would do.
Yeah, well, yes. Any other thoughts?
Probably just that whatever we find, we'll probably have to kill.
Sorry, what was that?
Whatever we find, we'll probably have to kill.
No doubt.
Plus, it is a bear, and we can negotiate with it.
I don't know if you could negotiate with a ghost bear. What do ghost bears want? I mean, other than
ghost berries?
Well, ghost fish, maybe.
Have a ghost gift to ghost hibernate in?
Wouldn't they just use a regular cave?
I don't know ghost bear rules.
Are ghost bears even a thing?
I mean,
everything's a thing. If it's alive,
if humans get ghosts, why wouldn't bears get ghosts? Bears can have unfinished business.
He does have a point. I mean, back in the Feywild, you see all kinds of crazy shit, so...
Yeah, you do.
Then I suppose we should just leave for there first thing in the morning.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Okay, no more.
So, get some good sleep now. Bye.
Yep. You all get
sleeps.
Yep, you all get a good night's sleep. Can get up in the morning. and have some breakfast if you'd like. Get on your mounts. And because one shot, we're not doing random encounters, so fast travel. You've been traveling 3 days. It's been a pleasant experience to go through the woods. The tree cover helps to kind of keep the wind down a little bit, and also some parts of it where the overgrowth kind of gives you cover overhead. You can get a little bit of cover from any snow that falls. But as you start to approach, you head in the direction following the map toward Vermilion, the road becomes far less traveled and far more overgrowth. And by the third day, when you start off on your trip, you can really only tell that there's a path there because the trees are much shorter than the other trees around it. But by following this very overgrown path, you continue on for most of the day. By the time you get to midday, though, your horses refuse to go any farther. They absolutely refuse. Nothing can persuade them. They neigh, they resist, they jump up, and they absolutely refuse to go any further up the mountain.
I mean, at the first sign of reticence, Nick just gets off the horse.
Yep, you can all tie your horses here, and because
Melody's going to do this so that she can speak to the horses if she can.
I mean, Spot can just speak to the horse.
Yeah, if you guys can speak with animals.
Yeah, so can Melody.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, is that like a...
Yeah, anyone can speak with animals. I'm not saying...
I've got the Eldritch Incantation.
Did I give myself speak with animals? Did I do it? Let's see.
Sorry. Yeah.
I don't have a spell. I could just talk to animals just passively.
Oh, well, fuck. Okay. How did I not do that? I did give myself speak with animals. I gave myself everything else under the fucking sun, but I didn't give myself speak with animals.
Well, your rabbits can tell you what the animals are saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yes, your horse starts to rear up, Nen, and, it starts whinnying and, starting to shy back.
What's wrong, buddy? Something wicked up this way comes?
Danger. Something's not right. Danger. This isn't safe. Nen, your horse is saying the same thing. No, I won't go. This is, no, I don't want to go anymore. Not here, anywhere but here.
Okay. Do you sense anything more specific?
Let's see. Let's see how well this horse can express its emotions.
I like how you guys all think horses are this smart.
I think they have they get startled easily at shit, so.
Well, right.
I mean, horses are not that, they have height and intelligence 4, I think, which is the limit for you to be able to talk to them.
No, I was just going to say, horses are dumb as shit, though. They get scared by buckets.
Right.
A lot of animals get scared by buckets. They are confusing.
Both of them complain.
Wait, horses have been too? Fuck, they're really dumb.
Both of them complain to you that they feel like there's a predator nearby. Something, that would stalk them. They're getting that sort of sixth sense of, am I being watched?
Yeah, well, if the horses are a no-go, looks like we're all on Shanks's pony from here.
Seems easy enough.
I mean, if you want to, both of you can do persuasion rolls to see if you can try to negotiate with the horses and get them to go a little bit farther along the path.
Nah, if the horse is freaked out, it's freaked out. Last thing you want to be is on a horse that decides to fuck off.
All right.
Can Ninja do a perception check to see if she can sense what they sense?
Yeah, go ahead. Give me a perception roll.
10.
Whatever they're sensing, it's not on your radar yet.
With the did Spot and did you guys tell us about what the horses are feeling?
Yes.
Okay. Jake sets his horse free and goes and basically is singing a horse with no name. That last verse.
We're still gonna need them to get back though.
Yeah, I'd rather the horse go free. Like
it basically just kind of wanders over to a space where there's underneath a tree. There's a little bit of dead grass and just starts eating where the snow hasn't gotten under this part of a tree. We'll say.
Jake sees this. This is why I hate fucking horses. Walks over to the goddamn horse, grabs its reins, and ties it to the fucking tree.
Yeah, it just munches and stands there.
Then would tell her horse to watch over them, keep them safe, and if necessary, head back to the village.
She kind of she nods her head. She doesn't so much respond, but she kind of gives a horse nod.
And at that, Nether would take the packs with the equipment and the... Oh, damn it, why has the name escapes?
Yeah.
Reef?
Yeah, just takes the stuff. The reef, that's the one.
Mm-hmm. Sure, yeah, you can have the stuff in your saddlebags. You can empty those out. Swap them into other backpacks.
Starts walking up the path.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, this is like I said, it's not so much a path here but what's left of the path, the area where the trees have obviously been cleared away, but it's been decades since anyone's been up here, so it's definitely been abandoned for a while. You notice as you head forward that in the last 3 days, the forest had birds flying occasionally, or you'd see a squirrel, but this whole area just keeps getting quieter and quieter, and the only sounds you can hear is the crunching of your own feet as you step into untread snow, completely, pristine snow cover.
Nature doesn't like this place.
As you get closer, you end up spending probably about an hour and a half, but after a while you do see up ahead what appears to be a series of buildings and a clearing. As you can see that it's sort of opening up as you walk closer toward what once was the town of Vermilion. The village, actually, can you guys see that? Yes. Excellent. Can you all drop?
It's black.
Oh, okay.
We have the black box.
It said that it said it was daylight on here, so everyone should be able to. Daylight adds to. Oh, you know what? Maybe what I need to do is put your tokens on there and give you light.
Dragged my token to the lower left and nothing changed. So
okay, but that's okay because now I can access your tokens, so that's fine. Let me go to the settings then. Wasn't sure how it worked on the.
I dragged my token to about here somewhere.
Oh yeah, I have vision.
There we go.
I can see.
Did one person? I only changed one person so far, but it changed it for everyone, huh? All right.
Well, they're a source of light. They're behaving like a source of light.
Don't walk all over. Come down here at the bottom of the map. Because
are we bottom left? Bottom
to here.
Yes, to the bottom center.
To the path.
Good.
Yep.
I'm your golden god.
Oh, God. Let me put myself there so anybody who wants to see their token can.
All right.
All
right, stop moving I can give you all fucking kids on the playground.
I can already see, so.
That's right. Yep, and I think, Kelsey, yours is the only one I haven't. No, I got you as well. Okay, so.
Here I am.
Let's see.
Why have we got two of the same token?
I don't know.
Wensley is in there twice for some reason.
I dragged Wensley on and then couldn't find him. So I got another one in, and then the original one popped up. It's like, what?
Yeah, that happened for me too.
Okay, I think that's everyone.
I saw mine and deleted it.
I think everyone, if you do separate, which I don't recommend, but if you do separate, I think all of you now have basically... Oh no, that's the one who got missed out. Okay. All right. Yeah, so you're basically walking up to the town of Vermilion. And hold on just there for a second. All right. The village is eerily quiet. You can see underneath the snow-covered roofs and what remains of the front porches that plants and wildlife have basically overtaken the crumbling houses. Leafless vines still climb rotting walls. Birds and other small creatures' nests. You can see them in some of the exposed rafters, even from this distance in the roofs. And in a couple of the houses, gnarled trees protrude from fallen roofs of a few buildings. The overcast sky adds an air of oppression to the scene, seeming to envelop the village. And the whole place just has that kind of quiet of a new snowfall, where the sound just kind of gets absorbed, and the only sound you all hear is the sound of your own footsteps and your own breathing. But I need everyone to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Come on, I'm supposed to be good at these.
I'm going to assume
the wisdom saving throw is the effect magical.
Oh,
Wait, I'm broken. Sorry.
That's okay.
Also, how do you have double bless?
Ignore that.
Yeah, I'll
I'm
just ignore
broken. I don't know how I did that.
Winsley,
okay.
what is your ability? Tell me what you can do, and I don't want to give information more than I have to. So you tell me what you have, and I'll tell you whether or not you have it everything.
Known cunning, you have advantage on all intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws against magic.
Okay, hold on one quick second. Let me check something. No, it's not.
Well, I got an 8 anyway, so
Yeah, I'm gonna say my ruling is it's not magic. So to Spot. As you look around the village, and you are kind of glancing around.
one moment before we go a little further. I just want to confirm that the creepy compass-looking thing on the map is the top of the tree in the center.
This thing?
Yeah.
That's the tree.
Okay.
Yeah. As you look
it.
ahead.
That's all I wanted to confirm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Happy to confirm. You swear, as you're looking from, kind of scanning from the side of the village to back over here, as you're turning your head to look toward the center of the village, you swear you could see movement out of the corner of your eye in the trees.
Friends! He's just gonna start running towards it.
Yeah, as you start moving toward it, you actually don't see anything now.
Aww.
Wensley.
Spot.
Wensley.
I saw movement. Saw friends.
Right. Wensley, as you're scanning, as you're looking around, you swear you see movement back here again, but just out of the corner of your eyes, you're starting to look away. And when you move your eyes back again, there's nothing there. You swear there was something back there.
I'm sure there was something over there just now. Oh, can't seem to see it anymore, though.
In the opposite direction of where Spot ran off to?
Basically, where Spot was the far western side of the map, and where Wensley saw it was at the northern cluster of trees behind this large dilapidated building beyond the tree. Kind of like back in this area.
Complete opposite, but in different direction.
Yes, different directions.
See something, old sport.
What's that? Yes, I don't know what it was. But I'm sure there was something there.
Well,
Just I looked away. It's as if something moved, but just when I looked back, there was nothing there. So I think everyone should keep their eyes peeled.
well, I think that's the tree over there. He points to the big creepy tree. I think that's the tree we're supposed to look inside for a locket. We should
Indeed.
probably do that and then check out the movement you saw.
That sounds good. Don't wander too fast, but
All right, yeah, actually, so are you guys going to set up or are you going as a group?
no. We're going as a group, I presume.
Okay.
The tree.
I mean, they're just going to stay some distance from Nick's, but yeah.
You walk through the undertown, you can see basically abandoned, dilapidated buildings on either side of you. And you walk toward what is now a completely bare tree, standing on the lawn in front of a large house, very large building.
And I try and identify what type of fruit it, at the very least, was.
Okay. Can I have a nature through?
Okay.
How do we do it?
History
It's one with
Yep.
leaves, not needles.
is wood.
Oh, little buffer.
It is wood.
Yeah, as you approach
What
it,
else would it be?
Other wood.
Other wood.
who is on the far left side of the tree?
Our
No.
left?
Like Nen.
Okay,
Yeah.
Nen. All right, Nen, as
See.
as you are approaching from your angle, you can see that on the west side of the tree that there is a darkened, recess in the wood, in the bark,
That is
in the trunk.
exactly what I was going to ask about.
Ned is going to move closer to this thing, to this recess.
Yes, it looks to be
And
a knot, a tree knot, a hollow.
You
in a
see
tree.
the hole.
Yep, it's about 5 feet off the ground.
okay, which is just slightly shorter than Nen. So Nen is going to reach into the hole.
All right, are you able to see into the hole, or are you reaching in above you? I'm not quite sure how tall you are.
Nen is 5'1", but I think is that measured by the ears?
I don't know.
I mean,
Or the skull. That would make
are
a big
humans
difference.
measured by the haircut? I mean, I assume it's not even 50 years.
All
I
right,
guess
so
the question would be, who did the measurement? Was it a person or another animal kid?
I'll say if you get up
Either
on
way,
I'll say if you get up on your bunny toes, you can basically just get your nose up over the bottom of the knot.
okay. So do I need to roll a perception to see what's in there?
Well, it's still light out, and so when you kind of reach up and kind of grab the bottom and look over the lip of it, you see a bunch of dead leaves and empty acorn shells. It's very much like there's a whole pile of them in there. It seems to be, just littered in there.
Nen is going to put her hand in to have a quick feel around to see if it's just a abandoned squirrel nest.
Okay, so you're feeling around. Go ahead and give me an investigation check for that. Excellent. Yes, you did.
70.
Yeah, you reach in your hand, and the leaves on the top are dry, but as you reach underneath, they start to get colder and slimier. You can kind of tell there's moisture that's been trapped underneath the leaves, and there's sort of rot going on. So you dig your hand in even deeper until you hit what feels like the bottom of the knot, which also It's really gritty, like there's sand and other things down there. And as you feel around, you do feel something that doesn't feel like an acorn. It feels like the chain of a necklace.
And then Ado is going to try and grab it and pull it out.
Yeah, it's easy enough to do. And what you pull out is a rather grimy at this point, but still very beautiful, delicate necklace with a thumb-sized platinum oval pendant threaded on a silver chain. And if you wanted to, I guess your investigation is high enough, you'd want to turn it over. You can see that on the back, or on one side of it, where, like there's a latch. The front of it is just very beautiful engraved platinum. And on the back, it says, Forlorna, forever. It has the latch has a bunch of dirt in it, but you can still kind of make out the latch on the locket.
I believe this is what we were asked to retrieve. And Ado would hold it out to Wensley.
Ah, well done, Nora. Thank you very much. I will put that away in my pouch. Okay, so that's one thing done. So we need to find the grave and then investigate. Maybe we should check one or two of the houses to see if we can discern what may have broken doors down and such. Does that sound good?
Yes. I think we should start where you saw something at that house.
Good idea.
Lead the way. Why is the boss man?
So presumably it was like over here?
Well, it was way actually behind the big house that you saw.
Ah, behind the big house.
Yeah,
So over there.
Yeah, the northern part of the map.
I saw it back here among these trees, I believe.
I'm gonna stop because one shot. So. This would be helpful too. I don't know some stuff that they put on the DM layer. But sometimes it's a bit silly. Get closer to the edge of the approaching the forest that sits at the edge of the city. Boom. Okay. Sorry, I was getting a little connected with the Roll20 things. And so I did this. I reread it and I realized I was doing it wrong. So I'm just gonna get out my DM stuff here. Okay. I think D6 made. Okay. All right. As you're getting closer, as your group approaches the tree line, Jake John, you hear screaming. You hear a man screaming in terror or pain or something. And it is just, it's just echoing around you. It's kind of difficult to figure out where the sound is coming from, but you swear that it's coming from way behind you, like maybe where you entered the village.
And are they the only one that hears it?
Yeah. Like Jake John, you just hear a man screaming. He's just not stopping. He's just screaming. What would Jake John do when he heard that? Kelsey?
What did Jake hear again?
Right.
Jake's asleep.
Sorry. Yep. As your party was approaching the tree line, as you were heading toward the sign that says Vermilion, or like just like the nameplate of the map, you hear a man screaming. It's some kind of mixture of terror and pain, maybe, or anger, but he's just screaming out. and you look around, you think that you can't place his location exactly. You think it's somewhere maybe where you entered the village.
Do you guys hear? Did anybody else?
No one else
hear
is
that?
reacting. They just keep walking toward the backwoods. They're not doing anything.
Jake John ain't a white man, and this ain't a horror movie. So Jake John gonna continue to follow the rest of the group.
Right.
Because fuck this shit. This isn't how he gonna die.
All right. Yeah, the screaming continues as you walk away from it.
All right, that's fine. Until somebody else hears it, Jake John is gonna pretend like nothing there.
Okay. Jake John pauses for a second and seems to look around in confusion and sort of like look at all of y'all and just like shrug and keep walking.
Well, it wasn't a shrug. It was
right.
it was like, oh, like, you know how when you hear something and clearly nobody else heard it, so you just kind of do the like wide eyes and just kind of turn back around. Like you don't shrug your shoulders, you just go awkward. That's what he did.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and the screaming is just, yeah, you can hear it continuing, but no one else seems to be reacting to it at all.
Bothered by it? Okay,
yeah.
Awesome.
When you walk closer to the edge of where this area is, you can, you get there and there's no obvious sign of, like, just walking up to it, there's no obvious sign of anything. Obvious being the key word here, in case people want to make rolls.
Okay, so I've got eye for detail, so I get advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And come on, roll. Roll, goddamn you.
Don't tell me how to live my life.
And now it rolls bloody 3 of them.
Because roll 20. Yeah, my roll 20 also seized up tonight.
Yeah, roll 20 seems to be crashing my browser a few times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it must be, I don't know if a lot of people are online or... Because, you know, Fizzbands came out this week, so maybe a bunch of people are jumping on to play. I don't know, that's pure speculation. But, yeah, so as you look around, you can see... So it's strange. You obviously noticed how pristine the snow has been everywhere else, on the trail, in town. But behind, as you step behind the trees, there's a little gap in that front row before there's like another group of trees behind it. And there in the snow, you do come across some sort of tracks. But they're not of any animal that you could just recognize, you know, like a clean bear paw print or a wolf print. They seem to be, let's call it, if a human person were to put their 2 feet stand put together, it's like the way your feet combined. But instead of being like a pressed down in the center, there seems to be long stretches almost scratched out of the snow that you can see. And then at some point the tracks go into a really darkened area of the forest and then end.
That doesn't look very good.
Did we follow them?
It's possible. What do you make of them, Spot?
Well, this is because they're like, I assume they're like vertical stretches, just like in a row or like next to each other.
So the way that there's two, whatever it was bipedal. Looks by its like the stride length to be a fairly good size. Definitely not your average humanoid. So sorry, but beyond that, you're going to have to roll survival or nature or something.
Yeah, I'll roll a survival then. 12. Ugh, not having great rolls here.
All right. So besides the fact that it's bipedal, and the strides are quite long, what else would you be interested in looking for?
I mean, does it look like it's just like walking? Because you said there were scratches, or was it like just scratches that happen while it's walking, or they're like scratches like obviously made with like a purpose?
All right. So what you do is you find the tracks, and what you do is you kind of like walk alongside of it, figuring out like the depth of the snow, kind of getting a sense for, was it digging something up, or was it just moving? Was it trying to run, galloping forward, or like running forward, or not? And what you can see is that it seems to be more like it's some kind of foot being lifted and then just being placed. But there aren't any scratch marks, and the ground underneath is not dug up. Just seems to be movement.
Just a big thing moving, I guess.
Yeah. And you too, when you get to this area where it's like a cluster of trees with a lot of overgrowth, it's much more dark than the rest of the forest. And the forest, by the way, is like the farther you go in, the more overgrowth in this area, or tree cover there is in this area, and it gets darker, like as you go in. It's like 2 foot. So it was walking, and then it got to this point, and it stood on its 2 feet, and then there's just like it dove off a cliff because there's nothing 360. It's just facing a direction and nothing. Like maybe it jumped up in the air or something, but this is where the tracks end.
Could be bird.
So what do you think it is, child?
I mean, pretty big footsteps for a bird, but it would explain why the tracks are suddenly gone.
Mm-hmm. And with that, the nearby shadows slowly eke toward Nyx, and he grows fancy dark shadow armor.
Okay. That's cool.
Ooh. Gosh, you can do that. It's fucking cool.
So how long do you think it? Do you think it's still nearby?
I mean, how fresh do these footprints look?
Well, it's difficult to say how fresh they are, but what you can say is it hasn't snowed on top of them yet, and you know that it's not snowing now, and at least for the last hour of your walk, it wasn't snowing as you approached the village, the dust spot on a map that this place is. You can tell that it's been here long enough without any snow cover. But
so probably at least, probably in the last couple of hours, not days, or at the very least.
Yeah, we'll say it was snowing that when you guys had left your horses, very gently. Not a whippy kind of snow, more like a falling gently kind of snow. But then it eased off. The clouds blew away a bit, and it cleared up for the last.
Yeah. So, if I had to say, it had to be fairly recent, but can't pin it down that much.
Well, good job, Wensley. Looks like you spotted our culprit.
Quite possibly. Do you think you could follow these tracks, Spot?
I mean, the tracks ended, so I can try and track them back to where they originally came from, if that's what you want.
Yes.
Spot is going to try and trace these things back.
Okay, can I have a survival?
Yep.
Yeah. Right. So what you notice is that when you're tracking, you track back, so they kind of like come up again to the edge of the town of Vermilion where you all were, and then kind of double back a little bit, but in a slightly different direction into this darker area. So if you go back from like where it was looking, presumably looking at you, and head back that way, you end up going in the direction along the path to the mine. But once again, you come across this area where there's a dip in the forest, and as you go into this dip, it ends up falling into a very shadowy area. And the tracks are coming from that shadowy area. And yet once again, when you get to the darkest part of that shadowed area where the tracks come from, they just have they appear facing the direction that is heading toward the edge of town.
So I also assume these more shadowy areas, I also assume they have more like physical cover in the form of like trees and buildings
yes,
around?
exactly. It's like tree covers, fallen trees that have kind of like fallen into each other, pine trees and stuff. So yeah, you get these sort of like dark areas.
That's weird. If it was a bird, you'd expect them to take off in open spaces. Huh. Well, this thing's fucked. Spot just like does his hand. Could you guys have any ideas?
Well, does Kristi, does Jake John still hear screaming?
Yep.
Well, I hear screaming coming from the direction of the footprints.
Huh.
Actually, coming from the area of town.
Right, and isn't that where the footprints came from?
No. You guys are on the northern part of the
on
map.
other side.
Yeah, the southern part of the map.
The footprints are coming from like here.
Oh, okay. So
We came in down here, which is where the screaming is coming from.
All right. So the screaming is coming. So I'm hearing screaming that's originating from where we came from, where we entered the town. Just an FYI, I'm not gonna go investigate because I ain't about to get killed. But
Screaming?
Screaming.
I don't hear anything.
yeah, so it might all be in my head.
Where's the screaming coming from?
Where we entered town, all the way in the back, behind us.
We need to go check it out then. Do.
Yeah, Nix, you don't sense anything, or you can't figure out.
Oh, well, I was inciting to see if Jake is just telling the truth or not.
Oh, yeah, it seems to be completely out on the up and up.
Yep.
Well, that's certainly strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spot, don't go too far ahead.
Oh, let us things to discover.
You-
Mystery. Intrigue. Danger.
If War was here, she'd be saying he's not living in his 2%.
Jake John, when Spot gets to about where he is right now, the screen.
Mm-hmm. Jake, stop. Spot, stop. The screaming stopped. Back up.
I want to know what was screaming.
No more screaming. The screaming stopped.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, Spot is just gonna look around, see if he notices anything.
What do you mean by anything? And where are you looking?
Just around, mostly looking for any big bipedal things coming in and out of shadows.
Okay, roll a perception check. You don't know. Everything is quiet. Like, you don't hear the screaming. All you hear is the silence. And the snow even absorbing, the noises you all are making. And your voices, even if you're not talking loudly, carry everywhere.
No.
Hitting everything but perception.
And stacked it anyway.
Same thing. Everything is just quiet. Like, you don't hear any screaming. You don't know what Jake John's talking about.
What the heck? Why do I have? Oh my god! What now do I have on?
Going up.
Why do you have guidance?
I will figure. I'll go into your
Triple
sheet.
guidance.
I can-
I found it. I'm turning it off. I don't know why. This
You
is
even
what I
turned it
get.
off 3 times. It's impressive.
You're so guided.
The sad thing is I had it turned on 3 times, and apparently, I rolled a 3 times. That's really awesome.
Oh no, you rolled a 2, a 3, and a 4.
Yep, on the second one, no, 2, 3, and 4. But yeah, it averages out.
All right. So I think at this point, what I would like is if I can take a break, and if you guys want to talk about what you want to do now in the village, you got, whatever you want to do, and make a plan, and then I'll come back and I'll just let you know. But I need a comfort break myself. So
I mean,
Okay,
BRB.
we still need to get to the graveyard.
Well, the graveyard's just over here. Spotted that. So,
yeah. Well, we mostly want to, maybe get a plan to figure out what's, stalking us from the shadows.
Yeah, but
It's Shia LaBeouf.
we're not finding anything yet, so we may as well head over that way. Leave the wreath there because we've only got to do that, and yeah, we can just be investigating what's over this way as we go that way. And if we don't find anything, I guess then it's just off to the mine, unless we're going to go building to building.
I mean, we could always set some bait.
Meta here. If we want to start at the graveyard, we're going to spot this random card. So we've got a few things to investigate.
I mean, to be honest, with the vision we have, we probably would have partially seen the cards from when we were at the tree as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we can also check the thing out once we're doing that tour. But if we want to find the fake shadow creature, we're probably, considering its behavior, gonna, well, not necessarily actually split up, but have somebody look like they're alone.
Well, that's easy. Just let Leonard go alone to the graveyard and keep an eye from the tree or the building, which will probably have a better line of sight.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get attacked, it's okay. Then Leonard has Eldritch Blast.
I don't know if that's particularly that good of a defensive option.
Welcome back.
Wensley does have minor illusion, so could make use of that to make it appear as if someone's.
I mean, if this thing is very dumb, but don't think minor illusion is particularly good at creating full people. I mean, I guess technically if they're under 5 foot, it can kind of do it. Well, let me check the exact text because I don't know if it sound image.
Yeah,
Doesn't it just have a cube limit?
You all just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, whatever I create, it's got to fit into a 5-foot cube, which a 3-foot gnome would do.
Yeah, also we have a 4-foot rabbit. No larger than 5 foot. Just, I mean, it has the advantage that it has like no smell, light. So if this goes off anything else than just normal sight, it would also realize it's fake.
So
It says
start at the
nothing
graveyard.
about the illusion not being a person, although can get some. do think it says image of an object, so I don't think you can actually do it of living things. Yeah, I think minor illusion doesn't actually allow you to do people because it says object, and unless you're putting humanoids under object, that would technically mean you can't create an image of a person. But what is the actual plan?
I guess it's Nenada and anybody else who wants to can go to the graveyard.
A graveyard.
Let it flow organically.
Really?
I mean,
Forgot to put the reef down.
there, with exception of Nyx, because he would just fuck the reef up again.
Well, this wreath is already, it's all dried. It's dried hay and dried flowers.
Yeah,
Yes,
I mean, yeah, I guess that would survive Nyx's existence.
But Nenada's still keeping her distance.
All right. So as you head back toward the tree, you notice the big building, by the way, that's ahead of you. It's a grand 2-story brick house, fallen prey to time and the elements like the rest of the village, but it seems to remain in better shape than the smaller buildings. It has heavy wooden double doors that are flanked by dark windows, and the chimney anchor the building at each end, their masonry crumbling. And then in the front of the house, you already see the tree. So, yeah. So you notice kind of like that's the building that you're heading past, and you can head over to the graveyard.
Let's just turn this into another 5-minute break because we got people.
Oh,
Yeah.
back
okay.
and
Yeah,
everyone's
no worries.
disappearing.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's fine. You guys want to just chat for a bit?
In that case, I'm going to go get a drink.
Okay. Yep. All right, then what I can do is I can mute us on the stream and just put on some music. So that's what I'll do. And we are back. Welcome, everyone. We had a quick break because we're going a longer session tonight than usual. And the party were deciding where to go and what to do next. So back to the adventure. So you're all heading to the cemetery. Sorry, my bad.
Yes.
Go to the graveyard. Yay! Hippity hop. Go to the
Stop
graveyard.
doing that. It doesn't give Kristi time to react.
Yeah, you had to front grave.
Two of us on top of each other.
I can't move.
Yeah,
I'm
it
stuck.
happens.
There you go. I'll move you forward.
Oh,
What
thank
the-
you.
wow.
How the hell were you able to do that?
We all have the right to like everybody's token. I can move everybody if I wanted
All
to.
right,
What?
cool. All right,
We'll just control Spot for a bit.
I don't need it. I don't need to control anybody. I do, however, need a reader.
A crooked wrought iron archway stands at the entrance to this graveyard, which is overgrown like the rest of the village. Headstones sit at odd angles, some toppled completely. There are also small cairns, rather than inscribed headstones that mark the graves toward the very back of the cemetery. All right, so do you guys want to head in?
Well, Neneda's going to head in and look for the tombstone that they're after.
All right.
Headstone that they're after.
All right. Yeah. Yep. You head in. What are you gonna do when you get into the graveyard?
Start looking at headstones.
Okay. Can I get investigation checks from everyone who wants to look for gravestones at the gravestones?
Oh, for crying out loud.
19.
I'm going to be terrible in combat because I seem to be burning all my rolls here.
You say that until you suddenly try in combat as well.
And then you.
I mean, oh my god.
You're not into. That's not your thing, Jake. John. Sorry, wrong way around. All right, so you start to look at the inscriptions on the headstones, and there a bunch of them don't seem to be. There's not the name you're looking for. Can you? I'll just say you kind of work your way through the cemetery, and you notice that as you get closer to the back, a lot of the several dozen of the gravestones all bear the same date of death, which was 70-ish years ago, around the time of the mine collapse. So you think you're in that part of the cemetery, and when you look a little bit closer, you can find that at the section at the back, a few headstones away from the cairns, there's a gravestone that stands tilted but still stable, and on it says, Lorna Grosvenor, mother, wife, beloved of Johann, forever my heart.
Yeah, I think we found it. Nendo, can you do the honors, please?
You'll want to gather up to stand respectfully.
I
Well.
don't do respect, sister. As he just kind of wanders off and starts looking at a tree.
Don't wander off too fast, but
Is wood.
Don't forget his fascination with wood.
As those of you who gather around the gravestone do, and then leans over and sets the wreath at the foot of the gravestone, there's quiet for a moment, except for the sound of Spot kind of shuffling through the snow. But then the wind, for the first time here, kind of kicks up a little bit. It lifts the bottoms of your coats and whips whatever hair you might have as it brushes over your face, and each of you swear that you could hear in the wind almost a contented sigh. And then it passes and fades away.
Hope that means her spirit is at peace.
Indeed. So, I wonder if there are more restless spirits here. And that's what's causing me issues.
Probably. Or one really big one.
Spot, as you're heading over in that direction, so where you're standing now, the sun is starting to set, and you can see your shadow as you walk over. The shadow, though, you notice, starts to elongate. It gets much longer than it should, given where the sun is in the sky, and as you look at it, your own arms move in the shadow, your own hands turning into massive claws, and you swear that your shadow is looking like it wants to come right at you. Spot? Are you muted? Oh, okay.
Yep. While seeing the giant shadow thing come at me, I am it's technically on direction, but I'm gonna try and cast the spirit totem, the hawksbird, on top of myself to give myself advantage and seeing whatever the fuck this thing is.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
I've.
You're looking. Sorry, are you looking at your shadow?
I'm using an ability called Spirit Totem to summon a hawk spirit, which within 30 feet of where I summon it, which will be on top of myself. Everybody has advantage on perception checks against. Just
perception checks.
Just on perception checks, and also I can give advantage on things on people of our side attacking things inside the aura as a reaction.
Okay.
So I'm assuming I just do perception with advantage in that case.
Mm-hmm.
And 14.
All right. So you take your eyes away from your very scary shadow and you look back, it looks normal. But you look around anyway, suspicious. And you don't see anything, let's say, moving around or in the woods. But as you look, you see that there's a cart. So the road heading northwest out of the village is also overcome with overgrowth and disuse. But there's a cart that's standing there, abandoned in the middle of the road, covered by a heavy tarp. And what you notice is that it doesn't look nearly as worn or as weathered or even as old as everything else in this place. And that's what you see.
Okay. Guess I'm running towards it with reckless abandon.
All right. Okay, so so I'm going to give the others...
Would Ninja hear his quickened footsteps?
I was going to say, I think at this point, the rest of you would have, wrapped up with the wind sigh thing, and...
Also there's a giant, spirit eagle just hovering above everything, so, you would probably notice that. Yeah,
if you looked around, you'd probably see Spot with a aura around him heading toward what you now can see as a... Yeah?
It's not aura around him, he summons a spirit thing, and that has the aura around it.
Okay, the spirit thing is above him, and he's heading towards some sort of lump on the overgrown road heading out of town.
Oh, God, what's Spot doing now? Spot, what are you doing?
Shadow thing, trying to find found cards made of wood.
Oh yeah, Ninja's going to just run over to him and jump the fence.
Well, carts usually are made of wood.
Yes. He's gonna try and investigate the card.
What the hell just happened? Jake John is looking around and goes, "What the fuck?"
Really investigating that card.
Okay.
By the way, do mention
what happened was we respected a spirit and gave it peace. And at about the same time, Spot's shadow did a thing, and now Spot's got paranoid and is investigating a cart.
Also, there's just a spirit eagle just hanging out.
Only the only one that knows about the thing with Spot's shadow is Spot.
Yeah, and he's very busy investigating that cart. And he got an 18.
Yeah, you can all travel, and I'm going to say that with an 18 on your investigation, as you walk up to it, you can see that it's not only a cart that's standing in this now tall grass, you can also see the remains of a horse, still tethered to the front of the cart, also lying there. And the tarp itself, again, looks very modern. It looks like a cart you would see in Waterdeep, like not something really old-fashioned. And from the outside, that's pretty much what you see. It's covered with a heavy tarp in the middle of the road. What used to be the road.
Yeah, Spot is mostly going to check on the horse, which I assume is just pretty fucking dead.
Yeah, can I get a survival check from you, please?
Okay.
Oh, nice. All right. You get down, you can kind of clear away some of the snow and have a bit of a look. You can also notice, though, that because of the nature of the cart, that there's a part of it that hasn't had so much snow, so you can kind of see some grass underneath. And what you can tell is, from the decay of the horse's carcass, you think that this cart has been here for about a year.
Huh. So this has been here a while, but not long enough.
Uh-oh.
Okay, no. Did they have the results of the rolls went over on 2 pages, and you actually got enough to get more information, but it's not here. Like, you're going to have to do more investigating to get the rest of it.
I'm just going to try to lift the tarp enough to get a look.
Yes.
By the way, Kristi, if a minute pass, you gonna need to tell me because the eagle totem is gone.
Yes. By the point everyone has come over here and you start looking around and go over to the horse and start doing your investigations, yeah, a minute has passed.
Okay. So that effect is gone.
Ah.
All right. As you lift the tarp, what you see are a combination of boxes, barrels, and trunks. Now, most of the containers are broken and empty. It seems to be, I guess at this point, if you came over with your survival check, I'll say that you would also be able to tell that based on the scratch and tooth marks on the broken and empty containers, you think that these were damaged by animals. But there are some that are unopened still, and that are sitting in the cart undestroyed.
I mean,
in that case, out comes the Tanto knife, and Ned's going to start looking at these unbroken ones.
Okay. There's really no reason, like it's just out boxes that you open. So what you find in the ones that haven't been destroyed by time or the elements are salted dry meats in one box, 3 bolts of common fabric, which you presume were being offered for sale, and you found 2 small caskets of wine sat inside, undisturbed.
Wow. And there's no indication of who might have owned this cart.
You can do an investigation inside the cart. Yeah.
Hot damn!
So you go and dig around, and you're in the area where the driver's seat is. While you're digging around, you kind of go to move the seat in order to get a better look at something, and you find a compartment. And inside the compartment is a pouch and a ledger. What would you like to do?
Nenodo is going to open the ledger to look for names and who might have owned his cart.
Yeah, it seems to be someone who is based in Waterdeep. Gives like an address of Waterdeep, and then the ledger. It's a ledger. It has the settlements that kind of lie between here and Waterdeep, and it's a series of sales in various settlements in this area, dated to about a year ago.
Nanader will close the ledger and pass it to Wensley and say, that might come in useful.
Oh, let's have a look.
Seems we have a lost merchant.
Or a dead one.
Oh. Can I roll like an insight or investigation to try and determine where the merchant was going to and from?
Yeah, you can go ahead and do an investigation check.
Okey-dokey.
So the last entry for the sales were Marlin. But beyond that, that's where the last entries are.
If it was going from Marlin to Waterdeep to Marlin, then this seems a little out of the way. Very strange.
Probably drugs.
That Middle Ages drug trafficking ring to the mining areas.
So, you found anything else in the back there, Nendor?
Wine, fabrics,
There's a
salted
pouch.
meats.
There's your pouch. Was also
And a pouch, apparently.
from the
What's in
compartment.
pouch?
What's in the pouch is 15 gold pieces.
Nice. Yes, definitely seems like smuggling of some description.
Smuggling meat, fabric, and wine?
Well, that's only what's left here. If there's empty crates as well, maybe what was being smuggled was inside them.
Maybe they were coming here to get some platinum. See if they could dig up some extra leftover platinum from the mine.
I assume Nanader still has the pouch.
Yep. You just kind of looked
In that
inside.
case,
There's
Nanader's going to... Nanader will put it into an empty belt pouch of hers and keep it separate,
okie dokie.
just in case it upsets the spirits if she claims it.
Okay, should we maybe look at the big building? See if we can see anything in there before we head to the mine?
It is well, it's on the way.
Doesn't seem the most reasonable thing to do.
All head over. If you go kind of toward that building, I can grab you and take you over the next map.
Do you want me to move you again, Kelsey?
Say that again?
Do you want me to move you again?
Yes, please. I can't move any of the icons, and it's just very frustrating for me right now.
That's weird, but roll 20
can't-
tonight.
No, like I can't move you guys. Like our like.
And you're in select, and you're not accidentally in like measure mode or something.
No, so it's not the. I can move the tokens. I can't move our images to get you guys out of the view, so I can't see everything.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah, why is it dark here? I don't understand. Dynamic lighting on.
So
Update
you should
token.
just turn it off, then we don't have to deal with Unless like you really need to make sure we gotta look around corners or something.
No, it's fine, but the next time I definitely need it on, so I'll have to figure it out. Let me just try turning it on. No, turning it on, turning it back off again.
But that should be on map level, right?
All right.
Dynamic lighting should be on the map level, so if you turn it off for a specific map, it shouldn't be
now y'all can see? That's weird. I turned on daylight and it gave me Explorer.
Nope, I can see nothing.
I can't see it either.
I can see a room over here.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, it's lagging.
Vision.
Okay, all right.
Stairs there.
The door.
Whoa. There we go. I can see that.
I'm standing on top of each
Why
other
are
again.
we so small?
Because I don't know.
Yeah, why are we so small?
Because
I was thinking, why can't I move my thing? But I am the size of approximately a fourth of a square for some reason.
Yeah, I think it's because I was in the app. I measured that.
Whoa! I got really big.
You got normal size.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I don't get why we can't just change that size on our own.
For the reason y'all can't have access to each other's sheets because you fuck around. People fuck around.
I can't access everything, but you have given me the access to other people's sheets, so I can't fuck around it if I wanted to.
All right. So as you walk in through the rusted out, or the kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Worn, faded wooden doors. What you see is an entryway. This is your entryway. That dust covers everything in this wide hallway. Moth-eaten cloaks hang from the hooks on the left-hand wall. To the left and the right, hallways branch off into the gloom. Ahead, a stairways leads up to a second floor, and a door stands beneath the stairs, seemingly leading to the backyard.
Okay, so let's have a look in this room.
If you just do one room at a time, I can read out what you see. So this is a parlor, which is empty except for 4 wingback chairs situated along the left-hand wall and a desk in the right-hand corner besides the window. A fireplace dominates the southeast corner.
Okay. I'm gonna investigate the desk.
There's a few crumbling sheets of blank parchment, a quill, and a dried up inkwell covered in dust.
Not much there.
Okay. Right. Who's all the way across the other side of the hallway?
Yep, Spot is just going left in a completely different direction.
All right. So,
All
right, I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw, Spot. All right.
24.
You start to feel a real sense of terror come up in you, but you're able to just shake it off and go on. All right. Okay. So
you shadowy fuck.
Next, H.
Fucking fight me.
The one and above, it is a dining room. This room holds a rectangular table with 8 chairs. A sideboard sits against the far wall with dusty ceramic serving dishes and bowls atop it. A fireplace is in the far corner.
I mean, it's a dining room, not a kitchen, so I assume if there's food left, it would be, rotted away at this point.
Yeah, somewhere else. Yeah, but you can have a look around. I don't know. You could guess that, or you can have a look, whatever you'd like to do.
I think the dining room is the room. Wait. Is the dining room the room on the left or on the right?
Yeah, this is why you got to go to one room at a time. So focus on this dining room right here.
Okay, that's what I thought. Although they do both look like they have fireplaces.
Okay.
Yeah, there's at least 3 rooms.
This is a games room.
I'm going to assume there's one in the corner here as well, which is 4 fireplaces on one floor.
Well, it's a very big house.
Yeah.
Kind
And there's
A lot
probably
of
a formal
fire
dining.
to place, you know.
Where are you off to next?
Well, I just walked into
can I
this
poke
room.
the stairs?
No.
I can't poke the stairs?
Poke the stairs or go up the stairs?
Poke the stairs.
Yeah, you can
To
poke
see
the
how
stairs.
serviceable they are, how rotten and how
Oh, okay.
if
Yep.
they'll hold
Go
weight
ahead.
and stuff.
Do me an investigation check. Yep. Here, in this case, it seems to be a sort of like a stone staircase with wind covering on it, so it's actually quite stable.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Where are you all headed next?
Well, I'm in the formal dining room.
Okay. Yep. You see the table, chairs, board. Okay. Yeah, as you look around, you can see plates and bowls and teacups and saucers, flatware, utensils. That's what you see.
All right.
So, northeast or northwest corner. Where are you headed? Those are your 2 rooms left.
Well, same spot wants to look at the northeast, so...
Okay. In here is a round table with 4
That's
chairs. Northwest, you're right.
Or
Round
are you
table.
saying west?
No, as in German.
Northwest.
You see a round table with 4 chairs sitting in the center of the room. A window looks onto a snow-covered backyard. The fireplace in the corner is filled with broken masonry, and there is a framed portrait that hangs on the right-hand wall.
We'll investigate the painting then.
Okay, you don't really have to. Yeah, it's just hanging in the map, but good roll, good roll. So what you see is a dark-skinned woman dressed in a cream-colored frock coat with a pale green cravat at her throat. Her dark hair is pulled up into an intricate twist, and she wears delicate platinum and diamond earrings. Her hands are folded in her lap, and one finger bears a heavy platinum signet ring inscribed with a snowdrop blossom.
That looks awfully specific.
Okay. Heading into the last room.
Mm-hmm.
All right. In here, the chairs are still arranged in staggered rows, with their backs to the door, facing a podium in the southeast corner. A sideboard here also sits on the left side of the room, and a bookcase stands to the right of the doorway, filled with tomes and knickknacks. A cold brick fireplace occupies the southwest corner.
Okay, I'll investigate the books on the bookshelf.
Okay. Ooh, yeah. As you go through the wood bookshelf, you see there are many old and worn books, many of them weather damaged. There is also a small framed watercolor of a painting of a mountain range, which you think could actually be sold for some money. And also set as if it were a knickknack is a chunk of some sort of silvery metal on the bookshelf.
Possibly platinum. Can anyone confirm what metal this is?
Spot just kind of walks over, takes a good look at it. It's metal. Walks past.
Helpful.
I kind of worked that one out on my own spot, but anyone else?
No dwarves in the party, obviously.
I guess not.
Right, and that is the ground floor.
I feel like we're missing something.
Well, I did roll for shit in the formal dining room.
To be honest, it was probably just waiting for one of us to get fucking ganked by this thing.
Okay, are you all heading upstairs then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Before we do that, I was going to say, before we do that, I'll have a search in the dining room. 28.
Okay. Yep.
I mean, don't you only have advantage when it comes to finding,
Clues.
objects? Yeah, no, only when it's hidden objects or creatures. Or even investigation is only to decipher clues. It's perception for objects and
Perception.
It's not
investigation to check or uncover, to uncover or decipher clues.
All right, so you're looking for clues.
Yes.
Right. And when you go in, you don't see everything. Looks ordinary.
Okey-dokey.
All right. Let me.
Please for going quiet. I was trying to eat this dinner.
I don't mind your fight. That's fine. There's someone missing, isn't there? There are 5 of you.
Yes, there is.
Me.
Okay. Can you drag yourself again? Yeah, I don't know where you went.
Weren't you immediately to the right of me?
Can you? Yeah, see. Okay. Unless you're underneath, but I don't know. Okay. All right.
Oh, I love that.
As you go up the stairs, you reach an open landing that awaits at the top of the stairs. 4 closed doors lie before you, and a entryway leaps from across the hallway to the south. Oh, you want to head forward?
Yeah. Investigate the open area first.
Yes.
I suppose.
Ah, crap.
Everything okay?
I'm fine. Yeah, fine. I'm
Okay.
just going to bring up the back. I'm kind of squishy.
All right. So here, shelves filled with books line the walls of this library, and 4 wingback chairs sit around a low table in the center of the room. The wide bank of windows in the south wall affords a panoramic view of the now dilapidated houses beyond the twisting branches of the tree in the front yard. As you walk in, I'll just say it's not too difficult to see that there are several books that lie open on the table, as well as all the other books in this room.
Okay. Wednesday will go and investigate the books, see if they can find any sort of clue there.
Okay, well, amongst the list of books are topics such as physical and emotional trauma, nightmares, and mysterious disappearances. Also, seemingly out of place in comparison to the other topics, there's a book about the Feywild and its sundry creatures. And there is a note, as you flip through, written in a very shaky hand. Could this be the answer?
It seems like someone suspected something from the Feywilds. Maybe a trickster fairy or something?
It wouldn't be unknown.
It's a bit big for a fairy. But Feywild's got a lot of shit in it.
Do you want to look
Do
you want to look a little closer at the page the note is on?
Yes, please.
All right. So after you kind of read the entry, you look over to the page, and the entry is titled Meanlogs. The entry itself contains some information that you're able to glean out of the pages, that they're corrupted fey creatures that spontaneously manifest in response to fear in places where the border with the Feywild is thin. They create more of their kind by transforming humanoids through a process of psychic torment that takes hours or sometimes days. They live in a subterranean nest. They are sensitive to bright light and can sense shadows and darkness.
Well, this does seem to fit the bill. Seems like we have some of these things down in the mine.
How did they get in the mine?
Presumably they were living in there to start off with, and the miners uncovered them.
Hmm. But why did they kill everyone?
Not sure.
I mean, it says here that's how they make more of them, which I guess they want to do for some reason.
Yes.
Although if it's Ferris, it might speak Sylvan, at which point, I mean, I doubt I'm going to convince them of anything, but I could maybe talk to them.
Well, it's worth a try. Shall we check the rest of the rooms before we head to the mine?
Sure.
Shall we work clockwise for the room that Spot is heading to?
I'm just going into rooms.
All right.
Yep,
What you
his
see?
room.
Yes. You see in that one, a double bed. Beneath the window, going along the far wall, a fireplace occupies one corner, and a window looks out into the front yard. That's what you see just by opening the door.
He's just gonna sit in the bed, see if it's comfortable.
It's very creaky now. The springs, everything have started to rust and whatever else. It makes a lot of noise. It's a nice enough bed.
He's just gonna have to lay down for a second while all the people investigate.
You sure you don't want to check under the bed, little buffer?
I mean, no, not really. That's where the monsters are. You don't disturb them. You leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. Unless they don't.
Do you think Yeah, I think we've determined it's in this place. They don't.
I mean, you deal with that when it comes up, don't you?
Is anyone going to investigate?
Try not to die, little brother.
I never tried to die.
I mean, I'm rolling for shit today.
Better now than in any battles, so.
This is very true.
Yeah, it's me who's going to lose out in the battles of having spent all my good ones.
Oh, well, if you're not going to bother looking, I suppose I will.
I mean, I tried.
As you look around, you find that next to the bed, on a table. Well, first, as you look around the room, you see that there's a bunch of crumpled, half-written letters on the mantle. And when you open them up and read them, they're drafts written to other settlements, begging them for aid. There's also a completed letter addressed to the mayor of Marin. And this one, so the letter itself is in an envelope, and it's shut with a bright red seal and addressed to the mayor of Marin. And it's very fat. There's also other sticks of sealing wax in various colors, quills, ink, paper, and you come across the journal, I should say. The letter's not fat. You find the journal of Mayor Lee Duvizin. So, yeah, that's what you find just, in looking around. Did you want to read the journal? Are you muted, Alhana?
No, I'm not. I thought you were still talking to Kelsey.
No.
Yeah.
You got, Jake John, he got a 2, so.
Yeah.
Oh, then yes,
Okay.
read the journal.
All right. As Wensley opens up the journal and starts to read, what comes out of this reading is a chronicle of the disaster at the mine and the village's anguish at all of the victims. The mayor recounts the rescue efforts in the following days after the disaster and how they had to stop the search due to fears of more cave-ins if they attempted to remove more of the rubble, even with miners still missing. Later on in the journal, she starts to write about villagers going missing in the night, of her own helplessness, and her absolute determination of staying on, determined to find the missing villagers. But at some point she writes that she sent her wife, Tifra, and their 2 children, Tavin and Naya, over to Marin because she just can't protect them anymore. She doesn't know that they're going to be safe, but she's going to stay behind. In the last few pages, she describes, mostly she talks about her nightmares, of her creeping fear, and waking in the night soaked in sweat with lingering screams echoing in her ears. And that's where the diary or the journal ends.
Oh, very disturbing.
At this point, can I just get a perception check from everybody?
Okay.
Sure can.
Yay! There you go, Jake.
Oh,
You guys are going to be so disappointed at what you've perceived. You've noticed that the sun is going down. Like, it's getting harder to read the journal because the light is fading quickly.
Oh, we'll have to light a fireplace.
Darkness is when things come out.
Oh, darkness, my old friend.
in the dark of the night, evil will find her. Whoa.
Oh, but you know what,
In the dark of the...
Wensley? Since you got a crit, I mean, it doesn't really work with ability checks, but you got a really, really high perception. You notice when you look out, what bedroom are you? Currently, you can face the front of the building.
Mm-hmm.
You see a set of those same tracks, you think, you can see from your height on the second floor, that have crossed, it seems to be walking in the paths where you have walked. Like your footsteps now, where you've been traipsing all over this place. One of them seems to kind of have a path that circles the front part of this house and around the back to like where you guys went to look behind it before.
Well, it looks like one of these things is stalking us, and with the light fading, they might be getting ready to attack. So I would suggest we all begin to get ready. I think we'll need some torches or something, or lanterns.
I have my candle. And he takes out a candle and it lights up.
Okay, you can have a candle. That's fine.
Oh, Lord. Why the hell do I have all that set up too? I think I'm turning this off now.
I mean, guess I can light a torch.
Ooh, I have a candle. Can I light a candle?
Yeah, you can light a candle.
Awesome.
I don't have a candle or a lantern.
I have multiple candles.
How do you?
I
I mean, I have like 10 torches. I don't know how you have a starting kit that does not have torches.
Mm-hmm.
I used gold buy instead of starting kit.
Well, being that we were starting at level 4, you get the advanced starting gold, so you could have taken the starter kit and still used your gold to actually, because you would have got more gold than you would get from starting gold, and you could use that to change in equipment, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, I've got 10 torches. I've got oil, but I don't appear to have a lantern, which is bizarre.
Oh well. We only need a couple of lanterns or torches, so.
All right, yeah, you guys now, the room is well lit.
Yeah, well,
So,
next room it is.
going to... Yeah. Oh, look, another bedroom.
Yeah, it's all going to be
Gonna
better.
try out this bed as well, little brother?
I mean, if you're asking, just kind of jumps into it. Bed. Been a while.
Yeah, so you guys, you're all gonna relax on the bed. Oh, 20 is being so in my ass right now. I don't understand the map sometimes. Okay, I'll have to resize you again. Anyway, alright, back to your map. Sorry, I was preparing things for later on. Okay. Okay, so you are now in that room. Alright. Mm-hmm. Question?
It does appear I have no vision because, yeah, the line of sight line is still, yeah.
Got it. Oh, grabbed a token. So need settings redone. Is that better now? A second.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, as you walk in, the dim now room holds nothing but a bed, partially coated in debris from the collapsed chimney. And cold air is gusting in through the gapes.
Okay, Editor's going to look under the bed.
Okay, there's nothing under the bed. Where to next?
Across the
My
hallway.
guess would be...
This one.
Okay.
This
Study.
Yeah. This bedroom has a tall chest of drawers made of wood in the corner across from the door. Farther into the room, a small desk sits between two windows with a large bed to the left of it. The sheets and blankets on the bed are rumpled. One moth-eaten pillow lies upon the floor beside it, the other on the mattress, where it belongs. You gonna look under the bed again?
Sure.
You can.
Okay, so Austin. So as your Nen goes down, you do see there is something like a little weird shape under the bed. Do you have dark vision?
Nope.
Right now, based on the light, it just looks like let's say the size of your hand.
Wensley has night vision, dark vision, whatever.
Are you also?
there's something under the bed. Do you want to have a look and see if you can reach it?
Okay, let's have a look.
So yeah, it looks. You look down and with your more improved vision, you can see it seems to be some sort of. Looks like a stuffed toy.
Reaches out and grabs it.
Yeah, so when you pull it out, it's covered in dust. What it seems to have been is a small stuffed toy bugbear, but the fabric seems to have been torn in places, and a lot of the stuffing has been removed from it.
Oh, some animals chew toy.
Oh, poor thing. Places it on the desk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's let's have a look, see if we can find anything else.
Is everyone where everyone is? Are you put yourselves where you are in the house right now?
Right.
Oh, yeah. He's
Okay.
probably still lying on that bed, having a nap.
Okay, I need you to do me another wisdom saving throw.
Spot or all of us?
No, just spot. Yeah. Again,
I'm
you
good
get
at
this.
those.
You get this feeling of absolute terror start to rise in your chest, and like the start of a panic attack. But you're able to okay, it's just a physiological thing, and trying to kind of focus on your breathing and calm yourself down. Right. All right. The last room, I take it.
Yep. And the bedroom.
Right. This is empty except for a bed and a fireplace. The room is cold and has an air of loneliness about it.
Anything under the bed?
You look and there is nothing under the bed. Just dust.
Examine the fireplace.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have the same kind of evidence of use that you've seen in the other rooms of the house. This one looks and nothing had been burned in there for a while before they abandoned this building.
Oh, nothing really in there. Okie dokie. So, what do we do now? It's getting dark. Are we just going to make our way to the mine? Are we going to spend the night here or what?
We should probably spend the night here and avoid going back out there.
I'm happy to spend the night here. Do we all want to stay on this warmer side of the building without the collapsed chimney?
That sounds like a good idea.
I'll keep watch while the rest of you sleep, since you seem to want to do that.
Going back to the bed. Having another nap.
So he goes back to the collapsed chimney room.
It's comfortable. He already has a divot.
Okay. What are the rest doing? What are people doing? Where are you staying?
I'll let you two have the good rooms and I'll sleep out here for my bedroll.
Well, we should probably also set up who's going to take watch.
Makes
Should
sense.
we establish Nick's?
Mm-hmm.
What's your thing? How does it work? Are you just undead and so you don't sleep or something?
Yep.
Okay.
Don't need to eat, drink, or breathe. You
Okay.
take or sleep. You take long rests, which just involves you standing still for
8 hours.
8 hours.
Okay, but you can stand still and do percept. So what happens if you move in those 8 hours?
I imagine it's like being woken up.
Okay.
I mean, it's not,
It's like having your sleep disturbed by anything else.
I guess.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So, we've got the watch. We've got Spot in bed.
And Jake and Wednesday in bed at 6.
Oh, wait, sorry. It's 4 hours where you just get to be motionless,
Okay.
but you still retain consciousness. So,
It
nothing.
crashed on me again, so I'm going to have to refresh the page.
Oh no.
It's okay. As long as y'all can still see your stuff, that's the important thing. I've got the book as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But I find it really helpful. I have both the book and the online because then I have both. I'm just like, it's my guilty
Makes
pleasure.
sense.
Okay. All right. So we're back. All right. Oh, yes. You guys have moved since the last time, right? All right. And as you all go to sleep, and we'll do it in, you normally do a watch in 4 2-hour shifts, right? But you'll do 2 perception checks. Right. So, yeah, Nyx, is it? Can you roll me perception twice? Yeah, you don't hear anything. But Spot,
Nothing out of the ordinary.
correct. Nothing out of
Wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, can I get 2? Yeah, get a wisdom saving throw for me again.
And then we wait for all 20.
All right, yeah, you have some really, really, really bad dreams, but you're okay for the moment. All right, those are your 2. Oh, so you're gonna do the whole watch though. So can I have? Oh, sorry. I need another wisdom saving throw from you.
Oh, okay. They really don't like me, apparently. 13.
Well, you picked that room, not me. I clearly said gusts of wind coming from the outside.
I mean, he sleeps outside all the time.
That is true. He does sleep outside all the time.
And Menador did say they take the side of the building without the collapsed chimney.
Yes.
So this is entirely Spot's own fault.
That wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, here's the page I need. So pause. DM needs to just check something. Okay. So, okay. Oh, I meant to be. Sorry. You take 2 points of damage in the course of your dreams. But that's you wake up feeling a bit depleted, so you start off down. Another 2 checks of perception from your watch. Alright, give me 2 more wisdom saving
You're
throws.
just fucking blind, aren't you?
We're dead.
Well, to be fair, Nix isn't in the room with the broken chimney.
So 2
And
more
to be fair,
wisdom?
his
Oh,
eyes
yeah.
are rotting.
Yep.
10.
Alright.
24.
Alright. Yeah, you wake up feeling really bad. Just awful. And the rest of you, I need everyone yes. As you slip, after you finish your long rest in the morning, everyone make a DC wisdom saving throw. Sorry, a wisdom saving throw. I didn't want to say what the DC was. Sorry.
Yes. How?
I need to be.
All right. So everyone did okay except for Nen. Nen, you had a terrible time. You just couldn't, I don't know, maybe it was your psychic connection or something, but you also had an evening filled with dreams of darkness and screaming. And you take a level of exhaustion.
And what does that mean?
You can turn
disadvantage on a bunch of shit.
Whoa!
Exhaustion sucks, pretty much.
If you turn on the exhaustion tracker on your sheet, it'll automatically apply whatever it is.
Oh, in the
to yourself.
in the gear icon things.
Yes.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that. That's cool.
Just looking for it now. Exhaustion tracking on. And I need to take it up by 1.
Yes. Place sheet, I think, for tracking exhaustion levels.
Disadvantage on ability checks.
Yes.
Yep. It sucks. Okay.
Nice.
Wake up the next morning. It is a cold, wintry day. Yeah. The place is obviously, freezing, but you've managed to get through by using your, adventurer's coverings and what else. And other than the fact that your nose is a bit cold when you wake up. Well, except, of course, for Nen, who just hadn't slept at all. And Spot, who wakes up actually looking worse than when he went to bed in the morning. And what would you like to do?
Okay, everyone. Are we ready to continue this investigation?
Feel like shit, but sure.
As ready as I can be. Something was disturbing me last night.
Have some dreams in the witch house.
I'm not even sure I could call it that.
Oh, it's not very promising. At least no one disappeared.
Did the book say anything about nightmares?
Yes, indeed, it did. Oh, it seems our esteemed mayor may have been onto something. So, are we just gonna head straight to the mine?
Yeah.
It as well.
Doesn't feel like this thing is just gonna attack us out here, unfortunately.
All right. Then, sorry, I'm just setting up the mines for you.
Yay!
Yeah, when you go downstairs and out the front door, you notice that there are a lot more tracks around the house, especially on the side of around the side of the house where Spot had been sleeping the night before.
Looks like you had a little sleep last night, Spot.
Does he look like he had a lucky escape?
He's still here and he's still alive, isn't he?
I mean,
I guess you should give it that.
this thing should have tried to fight me, see how that fucking goes. But no, just hang around your shadow and be spooky and shit.
Well, stop going off alone, just in case something worse happens next time.
Yeah, something worse happens next time. Starts walking downstairs.
We were outside. You can't walk downstairs.
Oh, yeah, I guess we were
already
wondering.
outside. Game's still on the map. He starts walking towards the mines. Like, you guys can follow me or you don't.
All right. As you head down the road, you are able to follow, again, sort of the same way you followed the path to get to this location. It's kind of obvious by the clearing where the path is rather than because of any road that still exists. After walking for about an hour, you come to a gaping hole in the mountainside northeast of the village that marks the entrance to the platinum mine. As you approach, you can see that there are carts still sat outside. One seems to be filled with rocks. Others are piled with large beams of wood. These don't look damaged in any way. They look like they had just been cut out and fabricated, which makes you think that they were new supports that were meant to go in to support the mine but were never used. And yes, you come to the entrance of the mine. What would you like to do?
Did we pass any tracks?
Not where
On the
you
way
were
here?
walking. No. Not on the path where you were walking. No.
And none in the immediate vicinity.
Ah, you want to do an investigation check? Or a survival? Okay. Anyone else want to look around? Okay, so two of you look around, and you notice that there are, well, it's kind of hard to tell because there are both coming and going, but the tracks that like lead out and back, they seem to cluster in a pattern of three. There's three. There seem to be like three tracks that move in and out of the entrance of the cave.
All right. Then Nyx is going to reach out his hand and and any shadows nearby draw closer and form into a great big black scythe.
Okay. You are now wielding a big black scythe.
Mm-hmm.
Neat trick.
I can do this. Spot just like takes off his hat and just the toe jumps out. That doesn't do much, but it's kind of cool.
Do you make more than just toad?
I mean, it can also do bats and rats, but yeah, nothing impressive.
We still in the manor?
Are you
No, we're
falling
on
asleep?
on the way out.
No, I'm not see. So is this
Yeah, we're
theater?
still on the map, but
Okay.
I assume
Yeah.
we're just going to get directly to the mines
Okay.
once
Yeah,
we're
we haven't
actually in
changed
there.
that yet.
Okay, that's what I was confused on. I'm paying
Yeah.
attention.
I don't have a graphic
map
for
is-
the door of the entrance to the mine. So
Mine.
yeah,
Okay.
it's theater of the mind.
Okay, you gotta warn me on these things.
You gotta pay attention.
Well, half of my brain is going, huh? What happened? Why aren't we changed yet? And if I don't hear theater of the mind, Kelsey, pay attention. Wake up.
Okay, I will try to signal theater of the mind in future just to go, okay, listen now, picture this. That's fair.
Thank you. Because I was like, why haven't we moved? Is because we've been having issues with Roll20 and I thought my computer died.
Okay, all right.
Hmm.
You are at the entrance of the mine, and Nyx has a black scythe that they have formulated out of darkness. That's what's just happened.
And armor made out of dark.
Oh, yes,
And
in the
something
armor.
has been written on the map.
I think that's supposed to say theater.
Oh, you're funny.
There's also drawing with the mouse in my offhand, so
I hate all of you.
Do you have a marching order?
I mean,
Nixon, Ned up front. And if Spot tries walking off, Melinda's going to break out the radicals and bind him to Drake.
Wednesday can stay round about the middle of the pack.
Okay. As you enter the entrance of the cave, for the first about 30 so feet, the light of the day creates an effect of dim light. But once you move beyond that 30 feet, everything now has fallen into darkness. While you can still see beneath your feet, you can see that cartwheels have carved shallow runs in the dirt on the floor leading to the back of the cave. And that currently is all you see, other than darkness going forward. So, who's got? Actually, I can. Technically, I'll bring you over here now. And I asked you what your order was. But I can't really tell your pictures apart yet, like I can on the Dragon Heist. So I can't really. You put yourselves back in order.
something like that, I would assume.
Okay.
Happy squishy.
Yeah, that looks about right.
Yeah, because I mean, rogues are at least more tanky than your average druid or bard.
All right. So now, as you walk somewhere around 100 feet deep into the mine, it basically you kind of like it's now the main part of it. It's a dark and damp place, and as you go deeper into the darkness, you hear the sound of dripping water echoing from deeper within. The light is fading faster than it should as you move deeper, until you're wrapped in oppressive gloom and shadow.
Candle.
Okay. So now I think I'm
Hold
going to
up
have
candle.
to... Yep. So tell me if you... Because what I see on the map is that you can all see to, like, down the mine shaft. So how far can people actually see? Because, again, it's daylight.
I mean, farthest
Yep.
technically there's like a weird,
Yep.
there's also like a weird, like spike that appears to be
Yeah.
going into the wall that I don't
Yeah, that's
entirely
just
understand. But there's
that's
like
dynamic. So what happens is that's a dynamic lighting where there's a slight gap in the lines, and it's a crack that you're basically but that's not on the map.
Yeah,
Yeah,
basically.
but there is like the
basically-
place where somebody could stand
Okay.
that we can see.
Yeah, basically it's a case of there's a bit of rock jutting out here, and because of the straight line.
Yes. All right. So, okay. So that will work that way, but I'm also, for the purposes of this, because it's meant to be scary, I need to know who can see, how far you can see in the darkness, and if you're not in the darkness, how are you going to see?
Spot is grabbing a torch because he can see fuck all in darkness.
Okay.
Yeah, neither can frickin'
Don't think we have anybody with dark vision.
I think
So-
Wensley has
Have
dark
it.
vision.
60-foot dark vision.
Yeah.
why are you in the front?
Because he's a rogue.
With Kira?
He's squished.
All right. I'm lighting a torch, a candle. Whee!
Do you want
Oh, wait, hold on.
light source numbers, Kristi?
I'm just giving
Hold.
10 feet because there's really no point. Like, if they have torchlight, I mean, they have actually more than torchlight. Doesn't matter. You can all see. I'll just use the GM layer to keep things out of your line of sight in this case. All right. Yeah, and that's what you see. So I don't. You see what you see.
Oh, too bad, man.
But for those of you who are holding torches, just remember that you can't like hold a shield and a torch and a sword at the same time. So if you have two-handed stuff.
Yeah, too bad Sacred Flame can't be used as a torch.
No, that's what the light spell is for.
I know, but I didn't
Didn't have that
put
one.
that on here. Nope, I have Sacred Flame instead.
Yeah, in a Halloween. No, no, I would have done. You can always get light. There's better ways than using up a spell slot, I think. So.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
I
it's
mean,
cantrip.
just like a torch. Torches just work.
Yeah, but you have 4 cantrips, and you could get something like, Sacred Flame to do damage. Everyone can get a torch out. That's, yeah.
I got 5 cantrips.
Ooh. All right.
Yeah, bards do get a lot of those.
I got well, I'm also a cleric, so I got some space.
Yeah. Multi-classes tend to give you a lot of cantrips.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it also gave me a hell of a lot of spell slots, apparently.
Cool.
First level ones, probably, yeah.
Yes, but I did get a lot. I'm very confused by that.
Yeah, because you get like 2 spell slots from level 1. But it's a minimum level. Because I'm letting you have like 5 level 1, 2
No.
level 2, or...
No. Spell slots don't work that way except for
Warlock.
They just
Warlock
merge.
is the spell slot.
Spells, but you only got 4
4
slots.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
that sounds right.
4 and 3 normally, yeah.
Understandable. This is what I get for never playing a person who has magics.
I mean, clerics that you have good wisdom just get a lot of spells.
Yeah,
'cause they get
good
a
wisdom
lot
is a good thing in this
Good
game,
mod.
obviously.
Obviously.
All right. You see what you see?
Wednesday's got their hand crossbow out, ready and loaded.
Okay.
So, shall we?
Nenada just has her left hand on her katana ready to draw it. So that's about all.
Okay, you guys are stood with your arms, your weapons readied, and your torches out, and you're stood in the hallway.
Are we going to start moving into the mine?
We should.
Uh-huh.
All right.
So whoever's first needs to move.
Oh, we have branching paths.
Oh, joy.
So left first.
Sure.
Well, you're in tank position, so we follow the tank.
I can sit in one wall, the other wall.
I mean,
This over.
follow left wall, I guess.
Yeah.
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 There we go. Oh, look, we got another branch. We have another branch. If we go left, I've got to go this way. Don't fall behind, Jake.
Did everyone drop out?
I'm having issues.
Looks like Kristi just had to reload anyway.
No, I just saw everyone went quiet, and I thought I dropped out, but we were just waiting for Kelsey.
You did for a moment.
Oh, I did. Okay. Yeah, stupid internets. Okay.
That's the most spookiest thing that has happened thus far. Roll
Right.
20 dropping out.
Yeah, you continue to move down the hallway. All right, this tunnel winds back.
And pause and let everyone catch up.
Yeah, this tunnel winds back toward the entrance. And you can see that the south wall of this chamber at the... Oops, you're not there now. Yeah, you're starting to see the end. You can start to see... Yeah, there you go. The wall of the chamber at the end has odd divots and alcoves within the rocks at various heights.
I'm guessing this is part of the mine that they expended.
Spot, you gonna move?
Yeah, just use keep looking at the flooring walls.
Okay, gonna investigate the divots.
Shove your fingers in them.
Yeah, they don't seem to be of anything of interest. Again, they just seems to be like they were starting the process of creating a structure to support this mine as they move forward, but they only got as far as the divots.
Oh. Okie
I
dokie.
guess we now need to backtrack.
Vehicle reversing. Vehicle reversing.
Do you have those in America? I don't think they do.
What?
Talking
We don't.
vehicles. When they
I mean,
back
we
up.
definitely don't have them saying it in English in fucking Belgium, but
No, but they do have them. They do have them in the UK.
We also don't get fucking Catholic holidays off. So
Yay, I got Monday off.
Really sure I've seen videos in places like New York where they do have the
It could be a
audio
Catholic.
warning now.
but it is
Oh.
done in a very, very thick New York accent.
we
don't
have
them for
crosswalks.
vehicles, but we have crosswalks. Yeah.
We do. We have crosswalks.
Hey, vehicle reversing here.
No. Mm-mm.
I like that.
Isn't
Kind
that
of channeling De
More
Niro.
reasons not to go to New Jersey.
Yeah.
Vehicle reversing. Vehicle reversing. All right. Anyway. Okay. So where are you? Oh, you're okay. I can see.
Next fork.
All
It
right.
looks like you've got a rubble-filled tunnel and a mini branching tunnel.
Yes,
Yeah,
mounds.
that's where the mine goes.
Bubble field tunnel at the edge of the map, so we're
Yeah.
definitely not going that way.
So as you,
Explore the grubble.
It's a bit meta.
as you're approaching, actually, to get closer to where you are, you had to move past several large rocks, even to just get around to get this far back. As you get to the basically where you are standing, mounds of broken rock block the tunnel piled from ceiling to floor. The other parts of the cave were impassable after the collapse, but this seems an impenetrable wall of earth.
I assume you mean the
surprise.
thing over here and not the other entrance.
Correct. It's all the things that look like rocks clustered up together. That's the cave-in, basically rubble remainder where they
That's the
stopped.
cave-in we are not going to investigate.
So things that look like rocks.
Well, I mean on the map.
Things that look like rocks.
They're all just
She said the things
styrofoam.
that look like rocks. It was like, okay, things that look like rocks. Okay.
There you
I
go.
have to do an investigation check to make sure they are rocks. But
Yeah, these things.
what-
Map, yes.
what's on the map.
Mhm.
All right, who is the first person going into that entrance?
And this way.
No.
Yep. I mean, unless you guys are going to go somewhere else, so I figured and checked out everything. So, all
Well,
right.
it's then. I'll go one block further in just to make sure.
All right, all of you will see this, but whoever sees it first. But the opening of this tunnel is really different from the other ones. It's nearly circular. The other thing that's weird about this location, compared to the rest of the cave, is that there's black moss covering the walls, floors, ceilings, everywhere as far as you can see. There are also, as you kind of like peer down the hallway, multiple branches, and everything you see is covered in the same black moss.
Investigating the moss.
Does it respond to light?
Let me see. All right. How are you investigating? First, it doesn't seem to respond to light at all.
Okay.
No. How are you investigating the moss?
With my magnifying glass.
Okay. So when you look at it, it looks like black moss. Covering everything. It's glossy, and the light of the torch light kind of, catches it a little bit, but you can tell that it's night black in color.
And Spot try to identify the moss.
Okay, give me a nature.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh,
Definitely is
that
moss.
looking at?
Oh, he's touching that shit all over.
You call
Really need to get the scent of the moss to realize it is in fact moss.
you call yourself a druid?
Yep, nature is off in, unfortunately. So a lot of survival, not a lot of nature. He gets plants, but he doesn't know plants.
Does anyone else want
I
to?
do survival
Whoa.
to try to test the moss.
Unfortunately, I can only take 2. It's the instructions, and it does say nature on this, so it
Okay.
will have to be a nature roll.
Okay.
But you can get someone to help you.
Oh
My!
All right, excellent. Yeah, we were gonna say.
Okay.
The secret savant.
I was going to say I have a +5, but yeah, okay.
A good roll will beat a +5, which that's all you need is a good roll. Like, yeah, pluses are awesome, but yeah, sometimes the people who don't have it have it. All right, so the way that you go and investigate it, actually, Jake John, is you go over and you kind of touch it a little bit. You scrape some of it off, and as you scrape it, you notice, well, actually don't notice so much about the moss is what is underneath it. Like, as you kind of scrape, you're expecting mine wall, somewhat shaped but very rough. But instead, the walls that it's hanging on are smooth.
Oh, that's fun.
Let's see. Yeah, so you want to investigate a little bit further into what these walls are like? Because I've given you as much as I can without another check now, not for nature, but on the other part of it. Your nature stuff's run out.
Okay, so what do you need me to roll?
Well,
Investigation?
anyone can roll. Actually, let me see. Yes. I don't buy the ones that they have here. Okay, yes, I want an investigation check, and it can be from did you share this with the party?
I did,
Okay, so if anyone who's interested.
but I also rolled a 19.
Oh, wow, nice one. All right, so what you can tell from this is that these tunnels, they weren't created by any creature, no hand, no claw, no tool. These walls were created by magic.
Huh. These were created by magic.
And then because anyone who wants to roll Arcana can with advantage. Wensley, a light goes, there's sort of a connection in your brain, right? You know that there are places between the material world and the Feywild that are thin. And in those thin places, things can pass between. And you think that this magic might be linked to the Feywild and the Melox, their connection. And that's where this tunnel, how it was created. And it wasn't created. This part of the tunnel was created by the Melox.
Oh, joy. Yes, it definitely appears that it's Melox. Yes, this is fey magic. The veil must be thin here.
I really don't want to fuck with the Fae.
And we've got 2 creatures who have fey connections in this party, right?
Well, technically
Yeah.
3.
Maybe
Oh,
3.
three.
Heracons are intrinsically Fey-ish, but Spot has a bit more because he knows, Sylvan and is Fey touched. So
Okay. So who's all like been in the Feywild in your party?
yep.
Yeah, you and
Pass.
Yep.
and Nen. Okay, so any of you, if you are
Linda was part of the carnival, so
okay, yes. So basically, if any of you are interested in trying to find the location of like where the crossover might be, I will give anyone with Fey ancestry or experience in Fey Wild advantage on the check. But obviously, I'm not going to tell you, hey, this is where it is. You have to check it out and see if you think that this could be a crossing area. So, also, the DM laying down seeds of connection in case you guys ever want to go back to the Feywild in a future campaign. So you know where one is. Look at me leaving all these breadcrumbs for future plot hooks. Okay. All right. So that's sorted now. You kind of know what's going on here.
Guess we should be going deeper into the cave to see what's happening.
we've got to go deeper.
Guys.
What she said?
All right.
It's also a very weird game that people might enjoy.
We got to go deeper.
Sorry, what's a weird game that people might enjoy?
We've got to go deeper.
God damn it.
All right. Hold on a second where you are. There's something I either
Okay.
have to or about to go down. Let me decide which one it is.
That's always what I like
Great.
to hear from freaking Kristi.
All right. Yes. So, whoever is up in the front, I would like you, because I'm assuming you're actively doing perception stuff. So I would like you, whoever is in the front line, to do me a perception check.
Okay.
Poor Mentor sees everything.
Who's in
I
the?
know I got the extremes as well.
What is your active perception? Passive.
That would be 13, considering it's a +3.
Yep. It's just a 13.
To be entirely fair, that crit is literally less than Clue's passive perception currently.
Okay, so let me make
Yeah,
a
but
roll.
Cruise level 7 is built for it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's entirely fair. He is stupidly built for just seeing God.
Okay, hold on one second. Oh, okay. You think you can hear something ahead and to your left. Or you hear
So-
something ahead, I should say.
So by ahead, you mean down here, and to the left, down here.
No,
Character left or
sorry.
map left?
Character left, where you're facing. You already. So that's Nen. Is that who's in the?
Yes.
Yeah. So Nen's
Yeah.
basically in the
Yes.
middle. So
I'm just assuming as came from that direction,
from
forward for
direction
them would be
or this.
so. So that
So
direction.
this one.
And left
Up.
then would be this way.
Not if he's no, because he's facing south. So his left would be facing south and looking down. And his left would be.
Okay, that's
Yep.
what I said first off.
Well, everyone's
Okay, we're
banging.
agreed.
That way.
Yeah, everyone's binging and pinging everywhere, and so I'm trying to explain. So yes.
So yeah, down there and down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Let's move on.
Okay, so you hear something up and to the left.
Oh dear. Up and to the left. Nix, you go left. I'll go straight ahead. Everyone else, don't let yourselves fall too far behind.
Okay, stop. All right, is that Nez up in front? Or Nen up in front? Yes.
Nenader.
Yes, as you turn a corner, you come face to face with 2 knee locks, and I need 2 wisdom saving throws from you, please. Okay. So what is the... you're okay on both, but they do get some surprise attacks on you, and so I have to get to the right layer, and I have to get your sheets. Didn't realize you just walked to where I said you hurt something. What else are you gonna do, right? But all right.
Well, that's it. Let's say we've heard things coming from ahead, from up ahead and to the left. So one of the tanks goes one way, one of the tanks goes the other.
Oh, okay, yeah, and then
These
sandwich in the
tanky
middle.
types.
Yes. Unfortunately, more of them made some of them made their stealth checks against your perception, even though it was that high. So
Ah,
yeah,
wow.
yeah, they got a nice bonus and they rolled well. Yes. So I guess first thing is, the one to your right, so the lower left, is going to reach out its claw at you and slash at you. Take it as 12 does not hit.
Does not hit.
Okay. The other one, he's not in range yet, but I'm going to move him in range because I have to move in different. 15 hit?
Nope.
You have two. And then also, who is within 10 feet?
Now
Well,
is Spot.
Almost everyone.
No, I think it's from the main
Nix
lock.
and Wensley.
So yes,
Yeah.
Nix and Wensley, I need you also to make wisdom saving throws, please.
And Spot.
Don't think Spot's too far back because it's 10 feet.
No.
Oh, no,
Spot is
Spot
here.
right behind.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
The
so
only
then
one
Spot
out
as
of
well.
range is
Jack John?
Jack John.
Jake John.
Jake John.
Yes.
You keep messing me up with my own character.
All right, yeah, did well. Is that everybody?
Nix.
Well, I can't see it because it's around the corner.
You
The wall's in the way.
possibly see this one because
Nope.
Within feet
The
of it.
wall's in the way.
Doesn't say that.
If it's within 10 feet.
Yeah, it's
rather
within
than-
10 feet, not with when you see a creature. It just says a beast or humanoid that starts its turn within 10 feet.
Oh, starts its turn. No, it wouldn't hit Nix or Wensley then.
Well, no, it's the distance, not the turn, because they are getting a surprise
Yes.
attack.
yeah, but we haven't
Start
started.
of
our
our
Yeah, we
turn.
haven't started
Okay.
our turn yet.
All right, got it. Okay, I see what you
Yeah.
mean. All right. All right then. So let me just get up the initiative, and if everyone could click on and roll initiative, please.
I would like
Oh,
to. Suddenly, nothing is clicking. Oh fuck!
Now the
let's
question
see.
is,
Nix, Jake, Spot.
and the initiative is not correct because that should be 50, not 13, because I'm a Haragon and I get proficiency bonus on
Yeah,
dex
if
and
You have to add that
Yeah.
yourself. in the settings. of
Yeah,
the sheet.
yeah, it's just
Yeah, you
something
go to the
doesn't
cog,
happen,
go to
Okay.
initiative modifier, and you can add it in there.
Okay.
All right,
Now, I've already added mine, so it was
Okay.
15.
okay. Looks white for sure. Okay. Yes.
Although, if tiebreaker, I should be ahead to Spot.
Yeah, because you have.
Oh, no, we're both
No, I am
They
at.
both have
1-6.
I have 16
Wow.
decks.
Yeah, we both have 16 decks. Nice.
Yeah, equally fast.
Alrighty dighty. So, first up is Wensley.
Okay. Okay. Wednesday will take a steady aim at that one to give themselves advantage. And there's an enemy within range, so they're also going to have their sneak attack active and shooting them with a hand crossbow.
Alright, 16 will hit.
For 16 damage.
Okay, is that everything for your turn?
Yep, that's bonus action and action.
Okay. Cool. Spot. You're up.
Let's see. He is not particularly well built for tight corridors, so let's see what we can do here. He two of them. I am going to start by moving him out of 10 feet of any other guys, so future wisdom checks don't go off. And then I am going to start off by casting. I'll just start with the basic of a frostbite.
I think there's an opportunity attack for that with a reaction.
No, I started. Yeah. I mean, I guess if he can attack past this bit of wall, he would actually get one.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to hit him with an arrow, like yeah, you're gonna.
I mean, it's.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm going to assume that unless you're going to shoot your allies in the back, you can kind of see around, so he would be able to reach around from here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Attack of opportunity. Then you can roll that.
Right. 12 does
misses.
not hit though. All right. Okay.
And then I do 4 damage against a DC 15 Constitution check.
Damage. Constitution check. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, it's DC 15 con check. Otherwise, take 4 damage. And, disadvantage on next weapon attack.
Okay. So 4 damage and disadvantage. You have to remind me of that one though. I will put a thing on him. I'll put a boop. So we all remember. Let's go. All right. That one has disadvantage next. That's.
Yep.
All right. After Spot is Nen.
It happens to have 2 of them, but since this one's taken a hit, Nen is going to. Yeah, Nen's just going to attack with her katana.
That will hit.
12 slashing.
Okay. All right. Anything else with your turn?
No, I believe that's it.
Okay. Up is Jay.
He's gonna hold his action until until either the field clears up or he has a clear line of sight of a monster.
Alright, cool. Next up is I don't know. That doesn't have a name with it for some reason.
That's Nick.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Nyx.
Now I gotta do a wisdom save. Are you sure it's not line of sight?
It just says within 10 feet. Just
That's
at
weird.
least it starts its turn within 10 feet.
It's probably like a fear aura.
Yeah. It's exactly what it is.
Oh,
And auras don't need line of sight.
yeah. Then let's see.
Say that, but you worked it out. There's no hiding it, so.
Somebody's about to get tag teamed.
Okay, you got your movement.
We're still doing the 2
Yeah, plus
for
2.
flanking, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me turn on. All right. We're just gonna go flash at this one.
Oh, okay. Yep, that's gonna hit. It is looking pretty bad, I have to say. You guys have done a good job on it so far, but it's still up.
And
Mhm.
and its speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of my next turn.
Okay, 10 feet. Let me just see where that is. Okay. Let me see what their movement is. Okay, all right, got it. All right, and that's your turn, right?
Yeah, that's it for now.
Okay, so mean this one is going to pop out of existence. Right behind John. So you can attack off if you want.
Awesome. All right, so he's gonna go ahead and use his mace.
Yeah, that'll hit.
All right,
And so,
and then we're gonna.
you can describe how it dies, because Waylon on it took that one out.
It was only 6.
Well, no, not you.
Well,
I mean, yeah, 6 after an 8,
Okay.
after a 12, after a 4, after 16.
okay.
That
really,
was good teamwork, everyone.
Okay. It moved, and Jake hears it behind him and just turns around and whacks it. And just kind of when he hits it, it just kind of makes contact with its head, and it just kind of goes. And Jake's like, "I'm gonna have to remember that beat."
I really
Or
was
a song.
expecting you to go duel at some point there.
I'm over here also looking at War Priest and going, "Can I use that right now?" And I'm like, I should hold on to that for later.
All right. So, next up, Milox. Again, right behind you. Another.
This one.
Yeah.
No, that's that spot.
Here.
Also, you are inside the wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's this in the?
That's
none.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
Nen,
Nen.
yeah.
You can hear like noise behind you, and mean out from the shadow, and stupid mean locks. So, they're gonna get advantage. Is what get them to want, but it doesn't really.
I mean, +2, not advantage, because
You mean plus
yeah,
two?
+2
so
on
We
flanking.
agreed to
That's what you should call
+2.
it. We're swapping between
Mhm.
games and homebrew rules. So
Flanking.
yes, flanking
Just.
bonus. Basically, we should call it. Yeah, and they get 2 swipes at you. A 17 hit.
Yep.
Okay, can I have a Constitution saving throw, please? Oof. Yeah, you can feel as its claw touches your skin, a deep numbing, but you're able to like shake off your arm and stop it from spreading farther in your body. Next one. 12 does not hit. Oh, wait, 14? Because it's +2?
Oh, no, 14 does not hit.
Okay. All right. And that is that. That is their turn. So we are... actually, yes. So, at the start of your turn, if you're within 10 feet, you have to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please. Everyone.
Okay.
So,
Just for clarification, does that mean I have to make 2 because I'm a 2 within 10?
No.
I would assume.
You think so?
Well,
2 auras?
Okay.
It's the same effect.
If
I
you're
mean, I
in
do think you
you
technically
would
need to do
like
both.
roll.
Oh, well, damn.
Oh, okay, well, I
If you
guess...
fail, well, no, because you're frightened of the thing that gives you the fright.
Okay,
condition.
fair enough. Then 2, yes.
Okay.
You already made yours.
It's
No,
Yeah,
I didn't.
It's during. I mean, also you're not in 10 feet. I mean,
Yes,
10
I
feet
am.
of that one, but it's not the start of
Well,
your
no,
turn.
right now, I'm sorry, I'm going to do
Yeah,
it
but
by
it's not the start
person.
of your turn.
Yeah, so Wensley is the only one who has to do it, so each of you do
Oh.
it by the start of your turn. And when they're dead, you
Yes.
don't have to do it, so you don't have to worry about, I don't think that one is actually probably within 10 feet of me, isn't it? And so,
It's just barely within 10 feet, so
Yeah,
they decided to move.
the one
It is
on
within.
this arm is
Wensley, you're confronted. Oh, I didn't show you what you're fighting. This horrible creature. Now that you got it and you've got a little bit of dim light in here. This thing is absolutely violent. I mean, you kind of think about the Feywild and you think about something pretty, but not this. This is clawed and gangly and hairy and wanting to suck up your fear and pain, and the acknowledgement of what it is that you're standing from, its just presence completely freaks you out, and you are frightened until the start of its next turn.
Is it just me, or does that look like...
So
also did.
Is there fear aura not magic then?
Sorry, is there what?
Their fear aura not magic.
They weren't doing fear aura before when they were messing with your minds. Is that your question?
But it is magic now.
Oh, well, it's fear aura, so it says start the turn, succeed, or be frightened. It doesn't say magic or spell in the thing. So what, are you saying that you get an advantage?
That's basically what I was asking.
No,
So-
what you
If it's a natural effect of their existence, because I mean they're magical creatures.
I mean, they are
Yeah, but they're
Feywild
also
creatures.
fays,
Yeah,
Yeah.
So for clarity,
Yeah.
if
Does
you're
it say
asking
magic or not? That's
Yeah.
the real question.
next time, if you're asking if you get advantage, don't say is it a spell that has X. Just say do I have advantage on it? Because it took me like 3 minutes to get to the fact that you were asking about advantage because you were talking about the spell components or the nature of the spell. So do I have advantage on? Yes, then you would have advantage, so you're not incapacitated. Great.
Okay.
Like I'm looking at the spell, I'm looking for magic. I'm like, what is that? Anyway, we got it now. All right.
Also, am I the only one who like sees this thing and goes, "It's the cockroach monster alien from Men in Black"?
Probably, I would imagine.
It's been a while since I've seen Men in Black, so
Ugh.
Oh, I thought you meant a character. Not
No,
sorry.
no, it's the-
Jake John's not war.
No, exactly.
Okay.
Jake John's not war. Jake John can't have any kind of reaction to this, which is making me really sad. But at the same time, Mara would totally adopt one of these. Just an FYI.
I have to say that for a 4th level campaign, I'm saying you guys are really overpowered for these creatures. I think I'm just gonna have to like double everything in future because of the way you guys optimize.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, lesson learned. Yeah, they need to hit higher and stronger because y'all are really good at optimizing your characters. Anyway, that was Lindsley, and so yes, you have you made your save. Now it's your turn.
also I just noticed, did we roll damage for that claw attack then, or because I don't see any damage.
Oh, you're
numbers.
right. I do need to go back and add that by hand. Thank you. 9 slashing damage.
We're gonna die a lot faster if you actually do damage.
Well,
This is true.
Sorry, who
This
was
is
it?
true.
Who was it that took the damage?
Ned.
Then
Okay, and you made your save?
Then
Yes, okay, I remember it now.
Yes.
Sorry, there's a lot going on. I have a lot of sheets open, and this is the first time. Like I said, I was cramming this like for the last 48 hours. All right, this entire campaign. I guess so. It is. We are back to Wensley.
okay, steady aim and
The one in front of you.
Actually, I don't know if that works because you're standing next to it, which gives you a disadvantage on ranged attacks. Oh, rapier. Okay, no, that's fine.
Can
fault.
you use steady aim with a
Oh.
rapier?
Yeah, it's any weapon attack. It just means you can't
Oh,
move.
can't move. Okay.
Also, I
alright.
thought you were using your hand crossbow again, but no, rapier is fine.
All right. So that is 22 damage. Okay. I don't even know why I bother. Okay. Let's keep going. Anything else with your turn?
no, because that was bonus action and action, and it's not my fault you decided to try and attack a rogue while in melee range of another opponent.
No, it's just the amount of damage you guys do compared to like their attacks because you're like getting
it's
plus
because of
sixes.
Rogues.
Yeah, it's because of the sneak attack.
Oh,
Yeah.
you committed a
Rogue
point.
is
It's your
stupid.
fucking sneak attack, guys. Jesus fucking Christ.
All right, so we are up to Spot. Spot, can you
Wisdom
do?
saving throw
Yeah.
because he is in 10 feet of that thing. See if he makes it first. 9-ish.
You so frightened for until the start of your next turn. So
That means I can only move away from it. And does it give disadvantage on attacks against it?
I literally
believe
just
so.
had my cards out and I was playing with them. Oh, there I put them. Like I unconsciously put them someplace else. All right. Frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls. While the source of its fear is within line of sight, the creature can't willingly move closer to the source of its fear.
Well, in that case, it's lucky that I do things off of spell save duties on his end.
Yeah, that is a good.
Going to frostbite this guy and run over here because I am afraid DC 15 check, only 1 damage.
Okay. And what check is that? Dex?
No, it's gone.
As a con save. Okay.
Yep, DC 15 con. He
Made it.
so is on his mage, so no damage, no disadvantage.
Sorry, what was that again?
Yeah, so no damage.
No
and
damage,
He
okay,
has no
okay.
disadvantage.
Oh, got it, you're just
It's
confirming.
only on hit.
Got it. Sorry. All right. Excellent. And then you've moved out of the way. And it's your turn. Gotcha. Wow, the people in Cologne are having a good time tonight. Okay, then it is now your turn.
Halloween. What do you expect?
Oh, yeah, it is Halloween,
It's
isn't
not-
it? Yeah.
I mean, Halloween isn't that big of a deal in most of Europe.
Yeah, but
It's
Cologne
not
people
so-
will take any opportunity to party and go out and get drunk. That's just the kind of town it is.
I mean, that's fair.
Right. No, you also are frightened for minutes. So,
Which
or
one?
two- which one are you frightened of? I will say that you're frightened of one that is in the closest range to you. You can see the easiest.
and now the other wisdom save.
And you're fine.
So this one is going to get whacked.
Yes.
No.
You still have disadvantage though on it.
Just wait. So,
Is that from exhaustion? or
no,
that just ability?
Frightened
The frightened
is
condition.
only,
For everything, it's
it's-
disadvantage. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
just while you're in it. So it's not specifically to the.
Well, still got a 19.
19. Yep, that will also.
Yeah,
hit. Yeah. You're good. All right, you can describe how it dies.
Ned just turns around from the one that she's frightened of, so she doesn't have to look at it. Swings the katana overhead and slices it in half.
All right. And they've got 2 down now. And just this other scary one to go. Jake John.
So, oh shit. looks around, sees that he doesn't have clear line of sight to anything, withholds his action for if the field it becomes clear, or if if a monster comes into his line of sight.
We're readied with action. Something behind you again. Okay.
Yeah, hopefully they're not dumb enough.
Well, if it wasn't that it only had like 6 hit points left or something, it could have at least made a swipe
really
at you.
funny.
Okay. It did want to get out of there. But it had limited range. All right, we are to Nyx next.
Oh no.
Oh, you're frightened.
Oh no. He'll start to get slightly frightened, but in response to this, bonus action, shadows from the surrounding area will begin to creep super close to him and start forming around him, transforming him, rising him up, and now he has his oversized helmet has a skull superimposed on it, made of darkness, and he is now riding a horse, also made of darkness.
Bold of you to try and fit a horse in a fucking mining cave. It's gonna be awkward.
It's a tiny horse because he himself is small, so now he's only like medium-ish size.
Okay. On a horse with no name.
Yeah, and it doesn't change his movement speed or anything because it's not a real horse.
Okay.
But it does make him immune to being frightened. So, boom.
You are no longer frightened.
Yep. And then he'll just move forward. And he is gonna smash this guy with his now fancy sword. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm assuming 25 hits.
Oh, yeah. That'll hit.
All right. And now I need a wisdom. Yeah, I need a wisdom saving throw.
How the turns have tabled.
Oh,
okay.
Fail.
So now it's frightened of me. And
Nice.
its speed is reduced by 10.
Okay.
Grim Reaper's coming for you.
Marked. Okay, got it.
And the damage was 14, and if you haven't done that yet.
Well, then you can just describe how he dies.
Oh, well then.
Yeah.
Then he, upon transforming into this horseman form, he moves over closer to it and says, "Past the beaten death lies the absolute end. It matters not who you are. Death awaits you," and he cleaves the scythe down, decapitating it.
And it rolls. It doesn't. The thing is, you've noticed now that it's gotten quiet again, that the sounds of your battles and moving across the floor and it all kind of got. All of your footsteps are quiet here, and the sound just got absorbed. So again, you're just after the last me lock falls, everything is silence.
Okay.
And you're
Spot just starts walking back. Huh. Guess we can. Actually, Spot is just gonna walk over to Ness, just grab her by the shoulders, start shaking her, and just yells "heal," and is gonna cast Cure Wounds.
Who needs healing? I have Cure Wounds now.
I do too. Not Nez. Nen gets 7 health back.
Yay. Thank you, brother.
No problem.
So,
Hold on, everyone.
Wensley, do you need it?
No, I'm fine.
Next, do you need it?
No, I'm better than I.
Also, I saw that and I just wanted to say, and then he sees what happened. Jake saw what happened and is like, pulls out his guitar or his lyre, no, his lute, and just starts strumming Devil Went Down to Georgia.
Really? Really? Devil Went Down to Georgia, not Don't Fear the Reaper?
Yes. Devil Went Down to Georgia.
Both good, I have to say. Both good. All right, you're at this sort of crosswalk now with dead meanlocks at your feet. What would you like to do?
Actually, could we investigate the bodies?
Yeah, if you want to. Of course.
Well, let's see. Well, first off, let's see if I roll a decent investigation. Ah!
Yeah, what do you want to know?
Do they have anything of worth on them?
Well, to maybe certain kinds of buyers. I mean, they don't have, you can look at it, they don't have pockets, they don't carry weapons, they're basically animals, so they're not carrying like any jewelry.
Are there any
gold.
potion ingredients on their person that they'll, no, like, if I cut them up and put them in my bag, that Thelvar or Habara would want?
Well, possibly. You could, for instance, it is a Feywild creature, right? And so there are collectors for such things. And yeah, these are really dangerous creatures. So for people who collect trophies of monstrosities, yeah. In a city like Waterdeep where people have money, or Luskin, where pirates might want to blow money on bullshit, you could definitely get a pretty penny for this.
It'll look really, really good alongside the Hellhound head in the old hold.
The what? The head?
The Hellhound head. Yeah.
All right. So, Jake goes ahead and cuts a claw. Do I even have a bag? I think I have a bag. Oh, I do have a bag. I have a, yeah. Takes the head and one of the claws.
All right. What are you chopping it up with?
I had something. Where'd it go?
You can borrow the Tanto if you need to.
I might have to borrow that because apparently I don't. How do I not have a? Wow, I'm not Mara. I don't have a knife. I feel dirty. Yes. He goes to cut it and then is patting down his looking through his bag and goes, shit, I don't have a knife. And looks at Nen. Do you have a knife I can borrow?
Probably more of a hand axe for these creatures. By the way.
Nen just grins and draws the Tanto and flips it and offers the handle to Jake.
Thank you. He takes it.
And then Nez turns that hand over, cleans the katana on the back of the bracer, and sheaves it.
There we go.
All right, so you have your bits.
Yep.
All right, as the rest of you kind of catch your breath, being a bit startled, watch the collection, and party's ready to, back in the tunnel. So where to now?
So, deeper or explore one of these branches?
Look, it's all about death.
Do you think there's more?
Could
What
well
did the
be.
book say?
The book didn't say how many there would be.
I heard the wrong thing. I heard what does the fuck say?
I mean, if there's only 3 of them, I'm gonna be disappointed.
We did it. Did the
Well,
okay, let's go to try and figure out where they came from in the wilds.
Yeah, the book was basically just a reference book that had like notes in the margin.
A
It was
bestiary.
like, yeah, it was basically like, maybe this? And that's all it said, really. That's right, isn't it, Kristi?
Yep, pretty much. Like the attributes that I gave you were noted in the bestiary page.
Mm-hmm.
What is... Oh, yeah, never mind. I thought that was a new role. So
So what
what...
would Nina have to figure out which part of the wilds this place seems to be connected to?
roll me an intelligence check.
Alright, and it'll be lower these rolls because of that exhaustion.
Yep. It's really hard for you to think right now. Like, you're just focused on... Like, it all seems really fuzzy.
Okay, intelligence check.
Oof.
When you were saying that, what are you asking? What are you trying to recall about them?
The same thing that Nen was.
Well, except you can't read Nen's mind, so you guys aren't having a conversation and doing checks. So, do you have a conversation? Because right now you're just metagaming.
Me can Spot try and look for potential signs that lead toward our general nest?
Yeah, but Nen can say something like to Wensley, for instance, and you can also do like your survival check.
Yeah, Ned's just going to go. I don't recall running into these creatures at all when I was in the wild, so don't know if any of you would have any insight.
Okay, that's enough. Right. Let me... Now I have to look things up about them. And there are, of course, multiple different boxes with lots of information. I still am a bit unclear when you say what part of the Feywild. What parts are you thinking of? Because there's like the Feywild, but I don't really know what you mean by...
Yeah, I would have to actually read up on it, and I don't have access to the books at the moment.
Yeah. What about for Wensley? What are you trying to figure out?
Okay, where a nest of any sort might be?
In subterranean caves?
Yes.
So, yeah, with a 13, you would know that they are in a cave, so they're around here, but in terms of, like, looking around these tunnels and trying to figure out what direction they might pick, or you don't even know what the rest of the cave looks like, so you'd need to see, like, you know, more of the places before you'd find a suitable lair, by which time you'd already be in it.
And with my 17, can I get like a direction where there's like more scratches or anything that suggests they were coming from a particular direction?
With a 17, you can have a... Where are you looking exactly?
I mean, considering we had to fight over here, he's looking this general area, mostly these two branches, to see if any signs that it's...
Okay, what I'll say
any
is...
signs that it specifically has more traffic.
Obviously, there's quite a lot of traffic where the battle took place because people were, you know, like moving around and stuff. But as you enter into the areas where they were hidden, what you see is actually like impressions not dissimilar for what you saw in the snow, which is they pop up facing a direction, and there's just, when you go to look behind, there's nothing. But now you've also seen they can...
Yeah. They just go to shadow, so you can't actually track them, unfortunately. Guess we have no real choice but to just walk through this place and just kill anything that pops up. Although they can pop up behind us, so maybe we want to do tanks on both ends instead of the 2 tanks in the front bit now.
Do you want to take the lead then?
I appear to not have line of sight again.
Didn't change any of the map. That's roll 20.
I mean, I assume Nix and Nen are the ones who's gonna do front and back. Well, I don't know which of you wants to go front, which one of you wants to go back.
While you figure it out, I will be right back again.
Yeah.
I mean, at the moment, Nyx is in the front of something. So just keep on trucking.
Right behind you.
Don't forget we got one person who's not here right now, so I'll move them up, but it'll be like that.
Well, definitely looks like a more open area. Kind of place a nest would be.
All right, and I'm going to need you guys to pause it there. Stop moving around so that I can describe what you see. All right. So as you walk here, new scents greet you. The musty funk of decaying fabric and old furs, and the smell of rot lingering in the stagnant air. Thick pillars of moss-covered stone support the 24-foot high ceiling and the waist-high stone slabs that also dot the cavern floor. But that's what you see when you walk in.
Stone slabs on the floor?
So thick pillars of moss-covered stone support the 20-foot high ceiling, and waist-high stone slabs dot the cavern.
So they're just nondescript stone slabs.
Correct. Can you see them on the map?
I'm assuming that's what the square things are.
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
I mean rectangles, but as Spot walks into the room, can he detect like some kind of magical? Does this place feel closer to the Feywild in any way?
Make me, let's see, an insight check, and I'm going to have you kind of like look inside yourself to see if you can kind of tap into some sort of subconscious connection.
11.
Doesn't seem to be here.
Okay.
Right. Hold on one second. Yes. So, when you walk in, okay, they walked into a musty, funky, decaying smell of fabrics and old furs, and the rot lingering in the stagnant air. And they also see thick pillars of moss-covered stones that support the 20-foot high ceiling. Waist-high stone slabs dot the cavern.
Okay. Investigation time, I think.
Yep. Actually, I need perception checks more, unless you're investigating something in particular, but otherwise it's a perception check just to have a look around and notice things.
Yeah, it was investigating, like, the features you just described, the slabs and
Oh, everyone's doing super well.
And the pillars.
Okay. Yeah, I think, are you gonna roll? None? Nin. Or not. Yeah, everyone did super well. All right. So this is what you guys see as you...
Don't forget Ned is at disadvantage, so that's a 4.
14?
No, a 4.
No, just 4. Just 4.
A natural 1.
Oh, sorry. I was looking down looking at the wrong one. I was looking at the 18, and then I just got confused. My eyes went to the wrong place. All right. So the first thing that you notice when you look around the room is that there are remains. There are heaped piles of bones, piles of clothing and boots with rusted blades, splintered arrows, bones, and other things that are lying around in the recesses and along the floor. Who did well? Nyx, you did super well. While you're walking through this area, looking around, you can see something kind of catches your eye in one of the piles. And when you go over and look at it, you find 50 GP. An ivory drinking horn with platinum filigree. Very fancy. And a set of goggles.
Okay. Do the goggles look... Are they just goggles?
Well, a fancy horn, so it could be magical. The goggles might be.
The goggles look like goggles. Don't know. I mean, they don't say magic or not and tick a box or something. So what would you like to do to find out if they're magical?
We can save that for later.
Okay.
He's going to put them in his bag.
All right. Okay, so you see the old remains, and on the slabs, you see, now it's pretty old. It looks quite dated, but the slab itself has what seems to be a lot of blood on it, and also you see they're walking around the stone slabs that they're coated in blood and filth. And yeah, on the below the stone slabs, there's sort of like skin that's been almost shed and left there to just turn to remains, dust eventually.
I'll also say that Nick turned back into his normal, no longer forming bread.
No more horse?
No more.
Okay. And then anyone who got an 18 or higher, as you're walking around with your perception check, your 18 or higher, your perception check, you notice that there are candle-like objects that are attached to each of the pillars, not the slabs, but the pillars, which are the dark circle things. And those, even though they have moss, you can kind of see it looks really weird. And when you walk closer, there's this sort of like cylindrical candle-like thing attached to the pillars. If you want to know more, you'll have to do another check. So, sorry, did someone roll a check? I was looking down at my book. No, all right, so that's what you see.
13.
You kind of look at it, but you're kind of confused. You're sort of like looking at the size of it, but it doesn't remind you of anything that you've seen.
I'm investigating the pillars with the candle-like objects on them.
Yeah, you too. You're like, I'm not quite sure I don't see how this works. Don't know what this is.
Can anyone else make a head or tails of this?
Oh no, I just see more cave.
I could
Probably
try.
looks like grave sites. That's all I can say about it.
How many
This looks like a sacrificial alt.
How many squares are there
How
again?
many altars do you need in a single room?
Depends on how much blood you want.
They say 20
I
slabs.
feel like you do one sacrifice at a time, man. It's just. Also, the pattern is kind of weird. You assume if you're gonna do a sacrificial altar, you line that shit out. Unless this like weird bundle of fucking spaces is somehow magical.
Oh, sorry, it's not 20 of them. That's how high the ceiling is. The ceiling is 20 foot high. They're just random slabs. Yeah, as many as you see.
With bits of people on them.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, there's like candles or something on these pillars. Can anyone else check them out?
I mean, how
I
high
could light it.
How high are these pillars?
The pillars go all the way to the ceiling.
How high are the candle-looking things?
About the length of a long candle.
I
No,
mean,
how high are they?
all the
They're up at about sort of like shoulder level for a normal human, for an average human.
So, 4-ish feet.
So
Yeah.
Spot can't light them because she can't reach them.
All right. Yep. So that's about how high they are.
Yeah, there's
Like it would literally have to be Jake or because none of us can reach those that high.
He's going Ned's tall for rabbit person.
Do we
But yeah,
want
Ned can
to
take
light
out
them?
Yeah, Nen was 5 foot, you said?
5'1".
Yeah. So if you like reached up, I mean, you can kind of look at it. You can get closer to it. You can go on your tiptoes and whatever if you want to roll an investigation.
Investigation disadvantage, and then we'll see. 15 out of 20, so 15.
Yeah, you made the check. So because you're looking at it from underneath, you notice something kind of strange about this, that if there's not just the candle, really kind of like wipe away some of the green moss or some of the black moss. And there's a string coming out of the candle-like thing, and it's running down the length of the pillar. And it goes right down to the floor, and then it kind of circles around the base of the pillar and disappears behind it.
Into the ground?
Just along the floor.
Or just goes back further?
Mm-hmm.
Ned's going to try and follow the string.
Yes, you follow it along, and you follow it along, and near the back corner of the I'll say here. Yes, you find a little box that has the string runs into the box. The box sits about a foot off of the ground. Meter. I don't fucking know what a meter looks like. And then on the top there is a bar, a silver bar that is shaped like a stick, and it's got a center in it, like a little bulb. Like you could put your hands around it and use it like a handle.
Meter is 3'3", Kristi.
Sorry, what?
A meter is
okay.
3'3".
No, yeah, it's like a third of a meter then.
Oh wait, that can be, because 6 is about 180, so it'd have to be foot is about 30 centimeters, so it would be about
A third.
3 foot 3-ish. Yeah.
I mean, you can just remember it because yardsticks and meter sticks are almost the same size.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a yard's 3 feet, so yeah, like a third of a meter.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a very big box. Wooden, it's square, it kind of stands upright.
And it has a silver stick that could be a handle for something in it.
Yeah. Like it's set on the top, and it's a bar that goes across the top of the wooden box with some sort of welding to another. The middle part seems to have like a neck that the handles are attached to.
So it's in their Excalibur
That's
light.
good.
Yeah, do you want to have anyone, tell anybody about this? Are you just going to disappear into the darkness, or?
Guys, this looks curious. Anybody want to have a look?
Well, just watch
Anybody
the
want
words
to
that are
present
used.
some thoughts?
Spot just starts reaching for the thing.
Let's have a look.
Spot.
Oh, it's a handle. You hold them.
26 on an investigation.
Yep, that's a plunger box, and that's a fuse, and that's a stick of dynamite on the pillar.
Spot, move away from the box.
Is it a fun box?
No, it's a boom box. It will bring this whole room down on top of us.
So
A good thing we
move
didn't
out
light
of the
the
room before
candles.
we activate the box. Got it.
So they were trying to collapse this part.
I guess they uncovered this creepy cult place.
And whoever was operating this creepy cult place stopped them.
So that would it seem.
Or the mean looks just got them, because they're also just hanging out.
Unless the meme blocks are guardians of some sort.
It can be both.
Well, either way, we wouldn't be activating it while we're in the room. Do we investigate more? Because with these things teleporting, I don't think there's much point trying to seal them in here.
I mean, I just got line of sight on something. That 14 should be plus 2. Yep, that is correct.
Oh no! Oh crap! It is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so sorry, I had myself muted on because I always have to mute myself in 2 places, and sometimes I forget to turn off them both. So we've just rolled initiative. Before we kind of start this fight, because it's going to take a little while, I propose to the party that we pause it here with the initiative order, and then we come back next session, we finish this up, and then we can, when we wrap this up, we can move into your appearance before the Masked Lords of Waterdeep right after. And actually, in some ways, that's work out really well for me, because I don't know what you guys are going to do after this big council meeting, and I've got this sort of set piece, and then I have nothing prepared. And so in this way, it'd be actually kind of nice to have like a half and half session, wrap this up, and have the council thing, because then you guys could actually go, okay, what do we want to do now? Because you have so many options potentially that you could do once you finish up the stuff with the Dragon Heist campaign. So
Okay, sounds good.
That works for me.
all right, excellent. That also works for me, because like I
Sounds
said,
good.
I thought I was going to be like, what do you guys want to do? How about you just go drinking at the Yawning Portal for the next 90 minutes? Because I got shit prepared. I've got nothing prepared. Because if you go talk to Gnarl, I need to know all about the lair. If you want to go, follow up on something, I need to have it. Yeah, so you get it. You understand. All right. I hope you guys had fun. I'm going to see if I can buff this a little bit before we meet next. But I know you guys are also taking damage, so I'll be fair. I'll work within it. But the first skirmish was very informative, so I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll have to work.
I got a question.
Yeah.
I know you answered this in the chat. Where is this in relation to our actual timeline?
All right, so it's a little bit fuzzy because one of the things that you could do is go out to Hadar's Folly. So if you all wanted to head out, so this would be like something that you would, if you went to Hadar's Folly. No, I tell a lie. This guy came to Waterdeep, and he found the new Lord of Hadar's Folly to talk to him while he was making a trip. So it's going to happen in the winter, obviously.
Okay.
But I don't kind of like have a specific timeline for this, mostly because I don't know what y'all are going to do next. So it's hard for me to say, it's after you do the Xanathar thing, and then you do 4 things, and you go help Dabby, and you do this other thing, and then it's like months later, and it's like next summer. So part of it is I want to be able to say, like, whatever you choose to do next, then I can kind of slot in, there's something that Habara needs to happen, whatever we do next, and then this guy will come up and talk to Thelvar whenever that needs to happen in the timeline. But it's kind of chicken and the egg. Like, I can't do the one without knowing the other, and you guys can't do that till you make your decision. So,
okay.
Is there a timeline reason that is important that I can address a concern or take into consideration as to when I drop this in?
No.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was a particular, like, a character interaction or something that... Because after we do this adventure, I wanted to mostly get you guys out the door and on the path, because there was quite a lot to do. And you're actually not that far from the end. And so I'm sure we can finish it up in 90 minutes. But if there's a character link that you want to establish, just let me know, and then I can make sure to incorporate that into the story. But I kind of thought this would be after the Manchun thing. So not so much like the month that you're coming up into, but probably more like 6 to 8 weeks. So really deep winter, constant winter. Yeah, so there will be whatever you all do next.
So there's a good amount of snow on the ground.
Exactly, yeah. I'm thinking you're like mid-January in our timeline. And y'all are like at the end of November or something, kind of like where we are. Oh, no, go a little bit farther ahead. Sorry, because it's getting to be... I'm going Wisconsin weather. Like, we start getting snow on the ground in deer season. And that's like the last 2 weeks of November, so that's how I'm treating Waterdeep. And whereas it's just getting cold now, it'll start snowing for the Manchun adventure. So there will be, and then this will be like the deepest winter just before it starts turning into spring.
Okay.
Although this whole seasonal thing is really just the fault of Dragon Heist. Like, I've never been in a campaign that's been ever like so connected to weather before. But I think that there's something, a kind of verisimilitude that I get to do narratively with it. You know, like describe snow and use that stuff. And also, you guys get to use it against me because in the original adventure, it doesn't mention snow. And so you're able to learn like way more about the tracks than is in the book because people don't have snow tracks to follow in that adventure. So I think we have a plan.
That we do.
All right. Well then, come back next time to see the end of the one shot. We almost made it. We're probably, like I said, like an hour away from the end. So we were close. But this was a lot of fun. And I really enjoyed it. And you guys also seemed like I really loved the amount of like detail and attention you put into your characters. And it's really nice to see you all interacting as well in different characters and in different modes and being different people. So it shows the depth of your ability as a party to play different, you know, things in the game. And that's really wonderful. And I'm really happy.
Actually function as a party, you mean?
Sorry, what was that?
You can actually function as a party.
Yeah, actually you can function as a party. Like the other one needs therapy, but they can probably function as a party too. Yeah, y'all did really well helping each other out and working together and seasoning each other's food even at that level of care. It was so nice. It made me feel warm and fuzzy inside. So to find out what happens with the mean locks and can they find the entrance and crossing to the Feywild, come back next week on, I don't know, we're not Dragon Heist anymore. We came up with a new name, but I can't remember what it is. We'll figure it out by next time. So when we do, all that's left to be said is goodbye from me and goodbye from party. Say goodbye, party.
Goodbye.
Bye, party.
Hey, they did the bit. Yeah, someone had a really